Right. Hello, hello. I'm still not 100% set up, so give me 1 second. I'm still getting my hand cam set up, although the YouTube stream should be up now. I want to keep an eye on that tonight, I think, because it was giving me trouble last time with some drop frames on the Twitch side. But it looks like everything's okay right now, although I'm on a very simple screen, so we'll see how that goes. Other than that... Sorry, it's taking me a minute here. But yeah, let me switch over to the chatting screen here. Ah! Sorry. I forgot to turn on my virtual camera. Good lord, I'm not prepared today. There we go. Oh yeah, and I forgot. I just saw it on the camera. I forgot you might have seen it on Twitter if you follow me over there. But I have updated my model a little. Well, I say my model. I'm going to start calling it my avatar to differentiate when I actually get a Vtuber model versus the PNG avatar. But I did a couple things and now it blinks. You might have... This is from the last stream, but it also has lip sync, which doesn't work super duper well yet. It'll desync after a while and I'll have to restart my virtual camera. We'll see if we care about that or not. Maybe I'll just let it be desynced. Or maybe I'll go back to the simple open-close mouth. I don't know yet. I don't know. I would prefer it having lip sync. Because I like it. I think it's cool. But beyond that, I do actually really like the blinking now, too. It should be... You might notice it's on a... Well, I was going to say not to give too much inside baseball stuff, but that's kind of the point of this channel. You'll notice you might notice eventually that it's on a loop, but it is like the blinking is not even and it's a fairly long loop. So, oh, excuse me, still my food still. But yeah, it's not a particularly long loop, but it is long enough that the blinking is a little bit random. It might seem a little bit random. Hopefully, that was the point. What else has been going on? I did not stream yesterday. I know I said I would, but I had some crazy insomnia when I was trying to sleep before the stream, and I just couldn't. I ended up staying up and waking up before this stream. That's how bad it was. Like, it just... Yeah, it would not have been conducive for me to stream. So we are gonna skip, Like a Dragon this week. And this will be my only stream this week, because... I haven't talked about it yet, but my schedule is kind of a rotating schedule. Good lord. Very loud. Sorry. My schedule is kind of a rotating schedule in so much as it'll rotate bi-weekly. So one week I'll do a set of days, and then the other week will be the opposite set of days. That's why I don't have a schedule set up on my YouTube channel yet, is because it won't let me do it except for a single week. Like, it's like, here's your typical week, and my typical week changes once a week. If that makes sense. So, that's why, if you're interested in any of that information, you'll find that on Twitter. Go follow me over there. Just the same, I mean, it's right behind me, you can see, but, I guess I should say X, I don't know. I think people still use the name Twitter. I actually don't know, I didn't use Twitter a lot before I started streaming again, to be honest, but yeah, my schedule will be over there. It'll be pinned in my profile, so if you're ever wondering what it is for that current week, you can see it there. This is the small week, or this is the shorter week, so it would have been Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday, technically. The previous Sunday, so it was Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday. With what went on yesterday, it's just the one this week until Monday. So it won't be too long, but we'll be back Monday, Tuesday, and then we'll do through the weekend. I would like to finish what we're starting today, which is one of the Fighting Fantasy Choose Your Own Adventure novels. I would like to finish this and at least get most of the way through Like a Dragon soon, so that we can change over to Dark Souls 1. Or maybe Elden Ring. I did post on Twitter that I was going to start Dark Souls 1 after these two, but I realized I have the old version of Dark Souls 1. I still have the Prepare to Die edition, and I don't have the remastered version, and I would much, much rather play the remastered version, but I don't want to pick it up quite yet, because I spent too much money on the freaking the spring sale. I guess it was. Picked up a couple games then, and like that kind of I kind of blew my game budget before I realized I didn't have the right version. So we might just start Elden Ring and come back to Dark Souls 1 later. I think there's more Fighting Fantasy inspired monsters, or at least ones I'm thinking of directly in Elden Ring anyway. So again, I don't know what books or anything, but I know that the like crystalline things you fight down in some of the caves in Elden Ring, the blue guys, they're a couple bosses. I forget what they're called. They're crystalline something, I think. But if you've played, you'll know what I'm talking about. But I'm pretty sure they're directly inspired, like one for one almost from one of the Fighting Fantasy books. I'm not sure which one. I haven't looked that up, and I don't have it on a particular list or anything. I don't have a particular list of which ones I'm gonna play right now, as far as the Fighting Fantasy goes. I downloaded 3 new ones, and I decided on this one that we're gonna play today, which I'll talk about in a minute, because it seemed kind of the most interesting. I did do some research, try to find like which ones people tend to say they like them the best and things like that, and made like I guess a short list. So I guess I do have somewhat of a list, but it's a short list, uh, and I plan on playing more. Like I plan on playing a lot of them probably because I liked the first one. It was very I like the process of playing the first one. The storyline and whatever was very simple and uh, generic, I guess you could say. But I know some of them get a lot deeper, a lot more nuanced and like cooler things. Like the one we're gonna play today. I guess I can touch on that now. Uh, you probably saw some of the the Mad Max references and stuff on Twitter if you came from over there for today's stream. But the reason for that is we're going to be playing Fighting Fantasy number 13, which is called Freeway Fighter. And I don't think it says on here anywhere, but it's very obviously inspired by like 1980s Mad Max. Yeah. So we still have like the same. If you watched the last one, we still have the same set of stats, which is the skill, stamina, and luck. But we also have a different medkit system, which is not a potion system. There's a whole thing. We'll go through it. But you also have a car in this one, Dodge Interceptor, specifically, and we get to do some special specifications. I think they call it. I wanted to say specializations, but I think it's specifications. And we get to change a couple things. I don't know how much mapping this one is, because I know that is dependent on which books you're playing. But I do have like a blank sheet with a grid set up for mapping if we need to, just to keep track of where we are. I do have the character sheet all set up this time. I think I've got my hand cam all ready to go. Let me turn on studio mode and make sure all that's set up right one more time. Looks like everything's good to go. Alright. Oh god, I stopped my recording instead of... Okay, I think I'm back with my recording. I meant to turn off studio mode, but I hit stop recording. Ugh. Yeah, it's going today. Ah, you can see my lip sync is off again now. It's gonna bug me if I don't fix it. Give me 1 second. We'll go back to the starting soon screen for just a second. I literally just have to turn the whole program off and back on. I can't turn my virtual camera off and back on because it's in program where it's desyncing. And I don't know if I just need a new program. I doubt it'll be an issue with the like any VTuber software. I should have turned my virtual camera back on before I switch over here, but yeah, it's if you're interested in the software and how to do that, if you've used the software, you have to set it up as an accessory that responds based on syllables. For some reason, there's not just like a mouth specific thing, which would be nice because it doesn't matter if your accessories usually get a little desynced, but you could set it up natively to have like an open mouth and a closed mouth whenever you're speaking, but to do the by syllable, you have to track it on an accessory rather than on model, which is really weird to me. Like, because it tracks, like it has syllable tracking with the accessories, but not with the model. That's very strange to me. Anyway, inside baseball stuff, but it seems to be going okay right now. We'll figure it out. Plus, I'll be a lot smaller, so it won't matter as much. But yeah. Oh, I should have found some like some Mad Maxy music, but I don't have any Mad. I just have like the same stuff. This like White Bat and stuff, but it's fine. Let's get that turned down a little bit more. I think volume's okay right now. I'll turn myself down just slightly because I feel like I'm peaking a little. Okay, let's get let me get my title changed and we'll get going with the book. Let's see. Fighting Fantasy number 13. Freeway Fighter. I was using a normal keyboard recently, like for the last, I don't know, year or so. Whenever I was on a computer, I was using just a normal keyboard. I finally got myself a nice, like, 65%, like, nice mechanical keyboard. The key presses are so light on it that I double press all the time, and I cannot spell on it. But I do like it. I'm still getting used to it. Alrighty, got that set up. Let me get the game changed. Fighting Fantasy. Okay, I think that all should be set up. I don't know if I need to change that stuff on the YouTube side. I'm so unfamiliar with YouTube streaming. Gotta reopen my browser here. How do I even get to my live dashboard? What the heck? I mean, it says I'm live. I just need to change. It's so confusing. I have to go to... Huh. It's so weird. I have to, like, go... on the YouTube streaming side, I have to go to, like, upload, and then to live, and then it takes me to my dashboard. There's no just, like, button anywhere useful where I could just go to my dashboard. Oh. And the titles are so much shorter over there. We'll just erase this part. Fine. Okay, why are you saying you're not... I don't care. You know what? I actually don't care. Okay. I think we're actually ready to go now. Alright, perfect. Everything's all moved around, and I can go over here. Hey, look, we got things all set up. We got hand cam going. Where are my dice? What the hell? Oh my god, I'm so out of it, dude. Here, oh, they're way over here. Oh god. Okay, I have... Which ones of these show up best? The white one shows up well, I feel like, on camera. I'm somewhat wary of this one because it's kind of clear, and I feel like it's gonna be weird to show up. I don't know, man. I feel like it. Okay, we'll go with these two. I think they show up better, actually. Uh, all right. I'll try to keep those in frame for you when I can. My tablet. I also need my tablet. I forgot all the stuff I need for doing this versus just playing a video game. I need my tablet, my pen, I gotta get my hand cam ready, I gotta get all these documents set up where I can actually scribble on things. Although it's so thin that you can't see it. Alright. Oh, it's because I have it set up for a pixel pen because I was doing some pixely stuff. Let's go with this guy. I know you can't see it, but why are you doing that? Oh, it's because this has pressure. I don't want anything with pressure. Just give me... I know this is taking a minute, I apologize. Shouldn't it just be in one of the pins? You would think. Okay, that one's not pressure sensitive, but it's too big, so we'll make it... Okay. Hopefully, that will actually work now. Hey, check it out. We actually have ink we can see. Cool. Okay. If you weren't here last time, this is a set of Choose Your Own Adventure books called Fighting Fantasy. They're not your traditional Choose Your Own Adventure books where you're just taking the page that you find and going to the next page based on your choice. That is a big element of it because it is still a Choose Your Own Adventure book. But we have a whole character sheet over here. We have stats for our character, which are these three main stats here, which are skill, stamina, and luck. We'll get into what those do in a minute because I'll read through some of the book over here. But we also have an equipment list, a set of med kits, encounters for it looks like both enemies and vehicles that we encounter, which they have their own stats. And in addition to what we had last time, we have the car over here, which has some other stuff which I don't know what any of this is. I didn't go that far into the book. I just looked at a couple of things mostly. Actually, I just read this back cover and then read a little bit about one of the character sheets. That's it. But speaking of back cover, let's start there. Oh, another thing, the reason I'm playing this series at all is because, if you aren't aware, this series has some inspirations. Well, it helped to inspire, I should say, rather, the Dark Souls series and the FromSoft series of games as a whole. It has some really cool, like, 1980s fantasy art. At least the first one did. I don't know. I assume this will have very similar art, but more post-apocalyptic, Road Warrior kind of stuff, rather than the very stereotypical fantasy of last time. But anyway, let's see what this one's all about. As you can see at the top here, part story, part game. This book, this is a book in which you become the hero. It's hard to read that text there, but after a rogue killer virus, a vast barren wilderness is all that remains of the world. Survivors like you either live in scattered, fortified towns or roam outside as bandits. Life is lawless and dangerous. Your mission is to cross the wilderness to the far distant oil refinery at San Anglo and bring vital supplies back to the peaceful town of New Hope. Even in the armed Dodge Interceptor you're given, the journey will be wild and perilous. Will you survive? Freeway Fighter has an expanded combat system, a double adventure sheet, and a lot of excitement. All you'll need are 2 dice, a pencil, an eraser, a computer, a hand cam, a drawing pad, a dice mat, streaming software. There's a lot of stuff. Uh, but no. If you want to play this at home, yeah, you literally just need 2 dice, a pencil, and an eraser. If you have the book, because it includes the character sheet with it. That's what they're meaning. This is the same thing, but just tells you a little bit about the author. This one is by Ian Livingstone, who is one of the founders for Fighting Fantasy. So I think this is... Nope, that's the same page. Alright. We got 2 of the same page. This is really neat. I saw this page and I actually found this, like, weirdly charming. You could see, like, the little notes that whoever owned this scan of this book, they, like, made notes of, like, which ones I assume they had, or maybe which ones they've beaten. The Warlock of Firetop Mountain, that's what we played last time, and we've skipped all the way up here to 13. There's, like, 100 or something of these books, maybe even more, maybe in the hundreds. I'm not sure. I haven't looked it up, but I know there's a ton of them. I know there's at least, like, I saw the number as at least into the 70s and 80s, so, and I think it goes up beyond there, because I didn't scroll down that far. City of Thieves and Deathtrap Dungeon are the 2 other ones that I grabbed, that I was considering in addition to this one, because I wanted to stay fairly early on, but just see how it's, like, slowly evolved. But I decided to skip down because they started doing, like, some different theming, which I thought was interesting. But I did hear these 2 were good, so we might go back and play those later. But for now, because you see they have, like, Space Assassin, Freeway Fighter. I just heard this one's very good. That's why I chose this one. But yeah, Steve Jackson's Sorcery I also heard is very good. That's the other co-creator of this series, along with Ian Livingstone. In fact, I think the first book was written by both of them. This one is a few years after the first one we played. The first one we played was 1983, or 1982, sorry. First published. This one was in 1985, so... Except in the United States of America, this book is sold... Sorry, I was just reading that. This is interesting, because this is from the 80s, right? Except in the United States of America, this book is sold subject to the condition that it is shown not by way of trade or otherwise be lent, resold, hired out, or otherwise circulated without the publisher's... Oh, you can't share. You're not allowed to share the book because it's a game, I guess. I guess in the U.S. it was considered a book, and in other places it was considered a game. That's interesting. Alright, so let's, we'll do a quick recap about the mechanics and stuff, because it's been a few days since I've played. So we'll read through this. Give me just 1 second. Ugh. My voice is not working correctly yet, like fully, because, I woke up not long ago and I was rushing around doing stuff, so I'm not fully awake yet, but anyway, let's start reading here. Personal abilities. As in previous Fighting Fantasy game books, your abilities will be determined by dice rolls and entered into your character sheet on pages 18 to 21. We have that separately over on this side here. Whee! Well, I shouldn't be zooming in. Your 3 abilities are as follows. Skill. Roll 1 die, add 6 to this number, and enter the total into the skill box on the adventure sheet. Your skill score is a measure of your driving, mechanical, and fighting abilities. Skill may increase or decrease slightly during your journey, but may never exceed its initial value. If you were here for the last book we played, I got very lucky in this regard and got a skill, the maximum skill you can get of 12. I rolled a 6 and added 6. So the main conceit of the game basically is if you roll 2d6, that's a 7, and then you add your skill, and whoever gets the highest wins. We'll leave it there because we'll read over it in a second. So I had 12, so every time I rolled dice, I would, I'd already have a major advantage on whatever I was fighting. We'll see how this one goes. I'll actually roll as we go through. That way it'll be a little easier to keep up with. Hey, we didn't do bad. Can you see that on the camera? Yep. 4. Excuse me. So that's not as good as the 12 last time, but it is still a good value of 10. Can you see that okay, or do I need to actually zoom in a bit? I might need to zoom in a little bit. There's basically 4 sheets here, so I can kind of zoom in when I need to. What you see isn't exactly the same as what I see, but it's good enough for now. Okay. I'm gonna erase those then, since it'll be a little closer. Okay, so we have a skill of 10. And as I said, that's my driving ability, mechanical, and fighting abilities. In the first game, it was only your fighting ability. But yeah, so let's see here. Roll, stamina. Roll 2 die, add 24 to this number, and enter it in the total stamina box on your character sheet. I did well with this, too. I think I was only, like, 4 down from the max last time. Your stamina score is the measure of your physical fitness and constitution. For some reason, that looked weird. Anyway, your stamina score will reduce as injuries are sustained. The med kit in your jacket, which is right here, it's kind of behind the hand cam, but right there is the med kit section. The med kit in your jacket contains 10 packs of medical supplies to help heal wounds. Using the med kit restores 4 stamina points. You may use the med kit at any time except when engaged in combat, but remember to deduct a pack from your adventure sheet each time you use a med kit, and remember your stamina score may never exceed your initial value. So we have to roll 2 dice and add 24 to it. That's actually nice, because the last time I think it was only add 12, so this is like kind of reducing the amount of randomness range that you get, because you're only rolling an additional half rather than... See, I imagine it as rolling, like, as if the 24 was 4 dice that had been rolled maximum. I'm only rolling 2 more die, right? Rather than the 12 being 2 die that had been rolled maximum, and then rolling 2 more die. I hope that makes sense, but that's kind of how I imagine it in my head. But we'll roll 2. We got, like, strictly the average. We got a 7. That's fine. I would have been kind of pissed if I got, like Snake Eyes on that or something. So we add 24. That gets me to 31. I think that's right. Am I doing... Yeah. Yeah, I can do math. Luck. Roll 1 die. Add 6 to this number and enter the total on your luck box on your adventure sheet. Okay? We'll just do that. That's not great. That's not great. That I'm not happy with. Not happy with that. The reason I'm not happy with that is because luck's kind of a pain in the ass when you have a low score, because you can do extra damage in this game by... I'll just read what luck is, and then you'll see why. Your luck score is a measure of fate and fortune in your life. At various times during your adventure, either in combat or when you come across situations in which you could be either lucky or unlucky, details of these are given in the pages themselves, you may call on your luck to make the outcome more favorable. But beware, using luck is a risky business, and if you're unlucky, the results could be disastrous. So that's the first reason why that's bad. There's more, though. The procedure for using your luck is as follows. Roll 2d6, or roll 2 die. So I got an 8 here. That's a fairly low roll, right? That's medium. So, if the number rolled is equal to or less than your current score, so this would fail despite not even being a particularly good roll. So if it's equal to or less than your current luck score, You have been lucky and the result will go in your favor. If the number rolled is higher than your luck score, you have been unlucky and will be penalized. This procedure is known as testing your luck. Each time you test your luck, you must subtract 1 point from your current luck score. There's the other bit. So, not only do I start with a 7, every time I test and have a very poor chance of beating test my luck, less than a 50, well, I think a 50% chance, maybe a little more because it's meet or beat. But anything above a 7 is actually pretty good. Like, even an 8 is relatively good compared to a 7 or particularly a 6. But the first time I test my luck, I'm going to go down to a 6, and I already have a poor chance. So, yeah. So, you subtract 1 point from your current luck score. Thus, you will soon realize that the more you rely on your luck, the more risky this will become. Additions to your luck score may be awarded during your journey when you have been particularly lucky, which I probably will not be, considering my luck is shit. And I don't think we have luck potions in this game, so I can't even boost my luck the same way I could before. Nope, no potions. Alright. I'm really considering if I want to mulligan that. If I mulligan luck, how about this? This is what I would consider fair. If I mulligan luck, I have to mulligan all of them and redo all the stats from scratch, which means that my pretty good skill is gone, my decent stamina is gone, and my bad luck is gone, and I could try to roll again for all 3 of them. I think that's fair. I don't want to play this, like, these games are meant to be played multiple times, for one. I don't really want to do that, because I have, like, a bunch of these to get through. But I want to be fair to the game, and I think that's kind of lame if I just keep rolling until I get a luck score that I think is good enough. So I think I get let's say, I was gonna say, do we get 1 mulligan? Let's say 2 mulligans. Let's say I get 2 mulligans total, right? But I have to re-roll everything, and if I use both of them, I have to take the lowest one. Or, not the lowest one. I have to take the last one. I think that's fair. Hopefully you do as well, but I think that's fair. So, because I think I would be okay in the dungeon with these 2 stats. They're fine. I could definitely get someplace with a 10 and a 31. That 7 luck is going to beat my ass as soon as I test luck the first time. It's down to a 6, and then even the most common roll of 7 is losing. And only a 6, 5, 4, or 3 or 2 would win. And that's just... As much as I tested my luck last time, that's not going to work. Give me 1 second. So I'm just noticing I'm having issues with the YouTube stream. I was wondering if I could drop the FPS over there, make it more consistent. But I think I'm just gonna leave it for now because I'm gonna have to mess around with decoders. So if you happen to be watching on the YouTube end and it's getting a little framey, I apologize. But this is not like a high like frame rate sort of situation, you know. So I think you'll be okay. I think you'll probably be fine over there. Anyway, let's continue. So we've taken 1 mulligan. We're gonna name him. We're gonna name this person Mully. Just to you know, I took a mulligan, so I gotta show it somewhere. We get a 9 this time for our... I'll take that for the stamina because I rolled 2 die, and I don't think it's fair for me to... I accidentally rolled 2 die. I don't think it's fair for me to not use one of them or re-roll entirely. So I'll just use the 9 for the stamina, which is fine. So that actually improves a little bit. So that takes me up to 33 stamina. Perfect. So we'll roll 1 die for skill. That's not great. That's not great. That takes me down to an 8 skill. Not great. But if the luck is better this time, then I'm all for it. What do you guys think about playing like a dragon? Is it too late? Is it too late? All right. Mully do is his name. Mully do. All right, let's actually go. We'll go for the white one for the skill this time. Got a 3. That's okay. It's slightly better than we already had. That's not what I meant to click. There we go. Alright. These gloves on, it's hard to feel the buttons on my mouse. Anyway. So 3 plus a 6 gets us up to a 9. Good old 9 there. And then we'll roll both. That is fucking horrible. Oh my god. That's awful. Sorry. Sorry about the scrolling there. So I'm not... Things are not going my way so far. I got a 26 in stamina and a 9 skill. I can't get a good one to save my life, man. And it may have to. It may have to save my life. So it's not great. But we've got a big old 26 stamina and just a fantastic 9 in skill, you know. All good. Let's see how our luck's doing this time. Because if we get a decent luck, like if we get like a 6 in luck, that's fine. That's fine. I would rather have the 6 in luck all day than the skill and stamina. But 4. 4 is okay. That at least gets me I mean, actually 4 is great, because that gets me a 10 luck. Which is, when I'm testing my luck, is great. Is like actually excellent, because you're getting, what, the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then you're getting that, like, most common 7. You're getting the most common 6, 7, 8s, right? Plus some extras. So that's actually great. I actually think that might legitimately make up for that low stamina. The skill is fine. I know I made a big deal out of it. The skill is actually fine at 9. I just had a very good skill last time. Anyway, we read all of that. May never go over your initial value, blah, 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 blah. So now we can actually be lucky, right? And then regain luck. The problem with with only having a 7 luck is I was never going to get lucky enough to regain luck, to get luckier. It was just going to be, it was all downhill. Okay. So this is where it's new for me. I have no idea what this is about. Let me move over here. Your car's car specifications. Your car's armor and weaponry. I just remembered I did something with the stream and completely forgot to put it on. I have this. Actually, I think it needs to be a little bigger. Yeah. I got this bad boy. Now the lip syncing doesn't matter at all. You can't even see it. Perfect. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Uh, I'm too happy with that. Your car's armor and weaponry will be determined by the dice rolls and entered on the adventure sheet. Its two main features are as follows: firepower. Roll 1, add 6 to this number, and enter the total in the firepower box on your adventure sheet. The firepower score is a measure of your car's engine power and its effectiveness of its machine guns. Oh shit. Firepower may increase or decrease during your journey, but may never exceed its initial value. The uses of the car's rocket launcher is explained below under vehicle combat. Excuse me? Alright. Before I even roll, so that it's not cheating, do I get mulligans for this? I think I get the same 2 mulligans for this. Maybe I should have done the mulligans all together. I'll tell you what, I'll give myself 1 mulligan for this, because thinking back on it, the more appropriate way, I think, would have been to roll everything and then mulligan it all across, like, I think there's 5 stats here, plus some other stuff. That I'm not sure if we roll on or not. But either way, I think I'll give myself a single mulligan on this one. We'll see. Because this is the car's skill and stamina, essentially. So, firepower, we roll a 6. Hey, that's amazing, actually. So, we got, nice 12 firepower. That's actually great. Yeah. And then roll 2 die, or armor. Roll 2 die. Add 24 to this number and enter the total armor box on your adventure sheet. The armor score is a measure of your card's defenses. I think that's just supposed to be it, and then we read the next bit, so that's fine. That's horrible. That's horrible. Why can't I get 2 decent scores? Why can't I get 2 scores that are like, you know, upper middle? I could just get perfect and shit. It's still technically average, but not in the way I want. That makes this decision impossible. Do I keep the 12 firepower, which is the max I can have, but I have to have the low... Do I go glass cannon or do I reroll? You know, when I put it like that, I think fuck it, we ball, dude. I think we're glass cannoning. Yeah, we're glass cannoning. Once I said the words glass cannon, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm down. In addition to his machine guns and an unlimited supply of bullets... Damn, got a big trunk on this thing. The car also carries missile weapons, which may be used during combat. You have at your disposal 4 rockets, which is already on your character sheet. See vehicle combat, and 3 canisters of iron spikes and 2 rear-mounted oil spray cans, or oil sprays, with 1 canister of oil each, which may be used when the option is given. These missiles must be crossed off your adventure sheet when used. Fuel may be acquired during the adventure and should be entered on the character sheet in the space provided. Other modifications to the accessories of your car, which are acquired during the adventure, should be entered in the adventure sheet. Armor may increase or decrease during the adventure as a result of damage or repair to your interceptor, but may never exceed its initial value. What if I bolt some metal onto the side of my car? Does that not increase my armor value? Am I fully armored up and that's just it? I don't understand why I can't just bolt more things to my car. Also, that build-up was great. If you haven't played Deep Rock Galactic, just play it for the music. Like, even if the game isn't your thing, the music is so good. And the game is amazing also, by the way. If you don't like it, you're also wrong for that. But, you know, mostly listen to the music. Or stay here, because I have the whole soundtrack playing. Anyway. So, I think we need to read about this, because the combat in this is going to be slightly different, because of the car, right? So, combat. During your adventure, you will certainly encounter some nasty characters who will either who will attack you either while you're driving or when you're on foot. In gaming terms, there are 3 types of simultaneous combat. Hand fighting. Hand fighting covers all non-missile hand-to-hand combat, including handheld weapons such as a baseball bat. The combat sequence for hand fighting is as follows. Roll 2 dice. Can do that. So I'd get a 4 plus my, 9. So I'd get like a 13 total. Anyway. Yeah. The resulting total is your opponent's attack strength. Oh, sorry. Roll 2 dice, add your opponent's skill score to the roll. The resulting total is your opponent's attack strength. I was always rolling my opponent's first last time. I didn't actually know that was a rule. Perfect. So my opponent would actually get this 4. Say they had a strength of 8, they'd get a 12. And then I would roll 2 for myself. I got a 9, plus my initial 9, 18. I win. If your opponent's strength is higher than yours, you've been hit. I have not. If your attack strength is higher than your opponent's, you have hit them. Proceed to step 6. If both are equal, you just basically both miss and you skip the damage step. You just go back to round 1. Or go back to step 1. 6. A successful hit causes injury, which is represented by deductions from the injured player's stamina score. So that would be either my stamina score if I'm hurt, obviously, or we'll have down here where we can mark on... Well, that's vehicle, but you get the idea. There's an enemy one as well. A barehanded punch reduces the person's stamina by 1 point, but handheld weapons such as baseball bats can cause additional injuries as ruled. Okay, perfect. So we're actually going to get... So the first one I played, you didn't get, like, weapons, essentially, as far as I could find. Like, everything just did 2 damage. And I got pretty far in the game. It was just, like, there was some special equipment. I mean, I finished the game. I just failed at the end. There was, like, special equipment you could use, but it was, like, specific to certain monsters and things. It looks like we might actually get equipment we can use for, like, whatever, right? Like, it looks like we can get guns or, like, baseball bats or whatever. So number 7. Start the next attack round. Repeat steps 1 through 6. And continue until either you or your opponent has suffered the loss of 6 stamina points. Oh, so... Interesting. So... Might have to make note of that, because that's different. That's the first thing that's different, so... Can I write over here? No, okay. That's the thing I messed up, is I made the background the same color as the sheet. I don't have anywhere to mark notes. You know what, I can mark it down here, I think. No? Nope. Nope, I cut all that off. Alright. Well, never mind. I'll just have to remember. And we know how well that goes. Okay. What number was that one? Your opponent has suffered until either you or your opponent has suffered a loss of 6 stamina. If your opponent is the first to lose 6 stamina, he or she will be knocked out and you will be able to continue your journey. If you are the first to lose 6 stamina, you will be knocked out and will learn your fate at the next reference you're sent to. Of course, if during hand-to-hand fighting your stamina is reduced to 0, you will be dead. So this is just for hand-to-hand. So, because we're punching each other. We're just trying to knock each other out. Or I have a baseball bat and can, like, you know, bludgeon someone. Shooting rules cover hand-to-hand, rifle, throwing knives, bows, and arrows. Your revolver is assumed to have unlimited ammunition. Ooh. Okay. The combat sequence for shooting is as follows. You roll 2 dice, add your opponent's skill score, same as before. Same there. If your opponent's attack is higher, yep, that's all the same. Still a miss if both get the same number. A successful hit causes injury, which will represent by deductions. Yep, like that. But missile weapons cause varying amounts of injury. Roll 1 die and deduct this number from the injured player's stamina. Okay, so it's a die roll. This is to reflect the fact that a bullet, for example, may cause only a minor flesh wound or could kill outright. The next attack round, repeat steps 1 through 6 and continue until either you or your opponent's stamina score reaches 0. So if you're doing shooting, you you're not knocking each other out. It's to the death. So that's normal. So it's only hand to hand when you're only fighting. So that's fine. I don't actually need to make a note of that, because the only time I would really be fighting hand to hand is when I'm trying to knock them out specifically. And if I'm trying to do that, I would remember that rule, I think. One second. Vehicle combat usually refers to machine gun battles between vehicles. Your interceptor has a turret-mounted, computer-controlled machine gun that can fire in all directions. The sequence for vehicle combat is as follows. Add the firepower score of your opponent's vehicle to the roll. This is your opponent's attack score. Add my firepower to my attack roll. Blah, blah, blah. If their attack score... Same rules. Successful hit damages the vehicle, which is represented by deductions from the armor score. Roll 1 die and deduct this number from the vehicle's armor score. Okay, so it's random the same way. Repeat until the armor score of either your interceptor or your opponent's vehicle is reduced to 0, destroyed. It is assumed that the driver of the destroyed car is automatically killed in the resulting crash or explosion. That makes sense. If during vehicle combat you wish to launch a rocket at a target instead of firing your machine gun at it, you may do so before the start of any attack round, remembering to delete 1 rocket from your attack sheet. A hit will be automatic and will destroy any target. Oh, sheesh. Okay. Credits are the emergency current unit of the 21st century. Oh yeah, I forgot that this was set in like 2016 or something. Well, I'll go back and read in a second. I think it's actually down here, or down at the very first line. Anyway. But are likely to spend and or acquire more credits along the way. However, most people distrust credits and prefer to barter. You may, for instance, have to use some of your med kits in barter. If so, delete them as if you'd spend them on the character sheet as usual. This is also neat. I don't want to read too much of this because I don't want to, like, spoil anything. Damn, look at the rolls they got. 12, 36, 11 luck, 12 firepower, 35 armor. Good lord. I don't believe you rolled, child. I don't want to look at this because I don't want to know what we're fighting. Here we go. So this is all the lore. Okay. Vid News Bulletin. Dateline. 21st of July, 2022. The disaster happened just at a time when the world was beginning to enjoy itself. No one could have predicted such a catastrophe. World War III had been averted, and the power blocks of East and West were now working towards world peace and unity. Revolutionary farming techniques had all but eradicated hunger, and increased mobility had led to people's greater understanding of one another. The morning of the 21st of July, 2022 had started just like any other. It was going to be a hot day, and the news on the holovision was good. A government spokesperson proudly announced that solar energy now powered 90% of homes and 70% of industry. The 3-day working week was now the norm, and England was to play the United States in the soccer finals of the World Cup in Sydney. Excuse me? That's the most outrageous part of all of that. That it's England and the United States in the soccer cup? Like, why is it the United States, England, in Australia for a notoriously ethnicity sport? Anyway, however, there were only hours to go before the beginnings of the collapse of civilization. Later that day, an unknown disease broke out in New York and spread with such devastating speed and fatality that before the government and scientist population realized what was happening, half the population was dead. The disease spread throughout the world, carried by airplane passengers and decimated population centers everywhere. All attempts to quarantine were useless. 4 days after the outbreak, 85% of the world's population were dead. Communications, essential services, transport, and administration had broken down completely. There was no one left to try and find the cause of the outbreak. It might have been a mutated virus or some lethal germ unknowingly released from a chemical warfare laboratory. It was mere speculation, and nobody really cared, as survival was the top priority. The speed with which civilization fell into ruins was frightening. Most survivors didn't know why they still lived, and didn't know how to go on living. Brute force became law. Riots, looting, destruction, and drunkenness were commonplace. People would even kill for a can of beans. Large cities were soon abandoned due to the lack of food and the risk of disease. 6 months after the disaster, there remained two kinds of people: those who wanted order again, and those who reveled in the disorder. The former grouped themselves into small towns and built defenses around them. Inside, they appointed leaders and began the task of self-sufficiency. These fortress towns became the homes of the military, farmers, doctors, and people concerned with the rebuilding of civilization. The other group lived a wild and brutal existence outside. They were the new barbarians, roaming the land in cycle or car gangs. Cycle gangs? There's people riding around on bicycles looting people? Just push them over, man. Sorry. I'm guessing they mean motorcycles, but they terrorized or wiped out any small pockets of civilization they came across. You are one of the lucky survivors, living in a fortress town which has been named New Hope. You are working on the design of an early warning system to protect the town when you hear a knock at your door. It's two members of the town council, and they look very excited. They tell you that their radio has just picked up a message from the fortified oil refinery near San Angelo in the south. The people there are willing to exchange 10,000 liters of petrol for grains and seeds to improve their food production. The inhabitants of New Hope could certainly use the petrol for... Is this written by British people? I somehow assumed that this was like an American book, but like American book series, but the language seems British. Anyway, they keep saying like petrol, and they did say soccer earlier, I think, though. Maybe they say soccer. I don't know. Anyway, where was I in this dramatic reading? Let's see. Yeah, the inhabitants of New Hope could certainly use the petrol for generators and agricultural machinery. Being offered 10,000 liters of this rare commodity is too good an opportunity to miss, especially as there are surplus stocks of grain and seed. The council have agreed to the deal and are now looking for somebody to undertake the journey to San Angelo to deliver the sacks and drive the petrol tanker back to New Hope. It will be a long and dangerous journey through lawless country. The two men tell you that they think you are the best trained person to undertake such a journey, or such a mission, and ask if you would like to volunteer. That's not... Alright. They tell you that a Dodge Interceptor will be provided for the journey. It will be fitted with machine guns, radio, roof-mounted rocket launchers, ram bars, loudspeaker, and various devices, including rear oil spray, tire shredding spikes, armor plating, and bulletproof windows. Yeah, armor spelled with a U, tire spelled with a Y. They said petrol. Why am I driving a Dodge Interceptor then? Anyway. You do not need convincing, as the benefit to New Hope will be enormous. The pioneer journey might be the start of a link between the new societies trying to bring about civilization, if you succeed. You tell them that you will do the job and begin your preparations immediately. Over the next 2 days, you supervise the modifications to the Interceptor. When it's finally ready, it looks like a battle car. You check it one last time to ensure that the weapons work and that all your equipment has been packed away in the various compartments. You run through the checklist: map, flashlight, medkit, compass, food, water, full fuel canister, 2 spare tires, flat you fix, instant puncture repair, and tools. I guess I should write that down, huh? So I have the med kits over here. I have the oil. I have the spare tires. I have the missiles. So what do I need to write down here? My equipment list. Map. I keep losing my place here. Compass. How do I lose my place every time? Flashlight. There we go. Flashlight. Med kits are already done. Food. And water. I don't know how much food and water, so I'm just gonna mark that until it tells me otherwise. Full fuel canisters. I already have that. The tires are over there, and then flat you fix. Yeah, whatever. And then what was the last one? Tools. Okay. Finally, you put on a shoulder holster for your revolver. Okay, I shouldn't have stopped. Revolver. Sorry, I can swear. I can spell, I swear. Revolver. Leather jacket. Who would have guessed? Knife. Okay. I just wanted to mark that I had infinite ammo for the revolver, so I don't actually need to mark that on my thing. Satisfied that you're ready, you climb into the driver's seat. Peering through the narrow steel slit that is now your windscreen, you see the town's population gathered to wave you goodbye. You start up the engine of the Interceptor and crawl forward to the gates leading to the outside world. It is over a year since you last ventured beyond the walls of New Hope, and you're excited at the prospect of what you will find. Ooh. Now, turn over. Look at my whip. That looks sick. Anyway. 1. The first thing to strike you as you cruise along the road is the speed with which everything has fallen into decay. You hadn't realized how much maintenance was needed to support civilization. All around, buildings are falling into ruin. Abandoned cars litter the road in rusted disarray. Grass and weeds have grown rampant everywhere, with nobody to hold them back, and packs of dogs and other wild animals can roam freely. You stop at a small town some 15 kilometers from New Hope and switch off your engine. Suddenly, it is deathly silent apart from the eerie howl of a dog somewhere down the street. You're tempted to get out of the car to explore, but realize that is an unnecessary risk. You're about to start your engine again when suddenly the sound of a shotgun breaks the silence. If you wish to get out of your car to investigate, turn to 126. If you'd rather drive out of town, turn to 34. Now, if you watched me last time, you'll know I did not come here to be a coward. You know I'm going to check out the gunshot. I've got to. But first, I've got to find less put me to sleep music. Like I said, Deep Rock Galactic's music is very good, but it is also all of the music, so it's all the like little sound bits and stuff. I need to go through and actually pick out the like the music rather than just like the very ambient stuff. Um, yeah, that's fine. We'll buff that up a little bit. I don't know if it's gonna randomize it, but it should be all the white bad stuff. Oh, speaking of, I don't have my. There we go. My now playing going. Hopefully the volume is still good. Yeah, I think so. I'll turn it just a little, but okay. So, I am gonna like. Maybe I'll get rid of the grid here, and instead, let's see. I think I want to. You guys see that at this side? Okay, perfect. Actually, I'm gonna keep that. I had my tools like all hidden too, because if I have layers showing on Krita, it comes out to like way over here with the way I have things set up for the stream. So I hid all of my Dockers, but it means I didn't have tools. But now I have tools, which is good, because what I want to do actually is I think make a like a flow chart rather than a map this time. But I can get rid of that because I'm going to start at the bottom. And then I can switch back and forth. So leave. Why is that so thick? Oh, you know what it is? I'm way more zoomed in over here. Yeah, much better. Where's my edge? There we go. Just trying to get my framing right, but I want to start near the bottom here. Okay, perfect. So like that. Leaving New Hope. We have two options here. Hopefully you guys can see that okay. Yep, looks like it. Can I move this afterwards? Move the whole fucking thing. I don't want to do that. What I can do to make this faster, actually, is to that. Select, deselect. I think this should work. Yeah, okay, cool. It did work. That's what I was trying to do, is make it copyable and movable. Although I think it's just this one, so I'm gonna need to do it again. And then that should just make each of these a layer automatically. Okay, perfect. So this is check. I tried to make a U and an N at the same time. Gun shot. And that is what number? 1, 2, 6. think I have to go to the move one. Nope. Nope. What? Oh, it's because of... Alright. Just do it this way. That's fine. Because then I can just... I can just erase the inside, I suppose. This is what I get for trying to make things quicker and easier. Just make them more difficult. There we go. Or leave, which is 34. And we're definitely going to go check out the gunshot at 126. Hopefully I don't die instantly. If I do, well, no more like glass cannon run, I guess. 126. Should probably keep that up so I can keep up with the numbers, but whatever. You run across the road and press yourself against the wall of the building. Half expecting another shot to ring out, your heart beats fast as you creep around slowly to the corner of the building and look around. Excuse me? There's nobody in sight down the narrow street. You take one step around the corner and then a voice shouts out, "Okay, that's far enough. One more step and you'll be full of holes. Where are you from?" If you reply you are from New Hope, turn to 274. If you reply that you're a lone road warrior, living nowhere in particular, turn to 155. I never watched the early Mad Maxes, but is that a reference? Because it feels like that's a reference. Okay. So Control V. Oops. Grab this. Yeah. Oh, accidentally. That's fine. So we have two options here. Okay. Alright. And then need to erase. Oh no, wait. Oh. That'll be why. Give me 1 second. Make it a little bit easier. Can't erase this because it's on a different layer now because I copied it over. Don't worry about it. Just gonna take me an extra second because I don't know how to use Krita very well. I'm learning slowly how to do things, but I should probably like go look at some tutorials at some point about how to like, you know, use it properly. Okay. Where from? That's not how you make letters. Problem is I try to write so fast that my letters aren't legible. New Hope is 274. This is actually so much better than the map though, like as far as drawing it out. Like I think it's gonna be a lot easier. I might just like say fuck the circles and just draw them myself instead. I don't know, we'll see. Lone road warrior. 150. Again, same thing. 55. I think I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm just gonna say that I am from New Hope. It's the first thing. I just left. I mean, I don't think he shot at me. Maybe I could offer him sanctuary in New Hope or something. Because I'm not very far away, right? Like, because I'm just down the road. It says... Yeah, it says I wasn't that far. Like, I had... So... The funnier answer is to tell him I'm a lone road warrior, living nowhere particular. Because he's gonna be like, you're not. you're an idiot. No one would ever say that like that. What are you talking about? So yeah, I'm gonna go to 274. That's down here. 274. Okay. A man suddenly appears out of a doorway and walks towards you with a shotgun pointed at you. He looks at you sternly and says, "That's where I'm heading. Been cycling for over a week since my station wagon was ambushed and my wife and son were killed. Stopped here to get some cans of food from a supermarket back there. Then some crazy dogs attacked me. Shot one of them and the others ran off. My name's Johnson. Pleased to meet you." He puts down his shotgun and extends his hand for you to shake. See, this is why I'm being honest. I'm a good one. He tells you that he's a builder by trade and asks how much further it is to New Hope and whether he is likely to be let in. You reply that it's only another 15 kilometers and his chances are good. They need skilled people. You also tell him about your mission and he warns you not to stop at Joe's garage. Met Johnson. Told don't stop at Joe's garage. Not to stop at Joe's garage, which is about 8 kilometers out of town. They ain't got no petrol. They just rob people who stop there. You thank Johnson for the advice, wish him luck, and walk back to your interceptor. Its powerful engine roars to life, and you turn the ignition key. And you screech off once again. Okay, look here. I love these books are very fun. And they're different than a regular RPG, and there's no way they can be a regular RPG. But I like comparing it to what I would do in this situation as this character in an RPG, right? Same thing we do with video games. We're like, oh man, I wish I could do this. But my thoughts are, we're 15 kilometers out of town, which is like, how many kilometers is it to a mile? It's like 1.6 or something like that. I have no idea. I literally just guessed that. But even if we Americanize this and say that we're 15 miles out of town, I have like a full tank of gas. It's not far. It's literally the first person I met. He's trying to get into town. I could vouch for him, man. Maybe he could put some more armor on my stuff, or like, I feel like he doesn't need to cycle 15 kilometers to town through like the desolate wasteland. I would just like turn around. They have plenty of, like, my gas tank's full. I don't think I have the last drops of fuel that we have and things. They can just fill me back up, and I set out, what, half an hour later? Nah, probably like maybe an hour or 2 hours later, because driving 15 miles through a wasteland, there's no traffic. So driving 60, it's what, 15 minutes? Maybe this took half an hour, 15 minutes back, take 30 minutes to do whatever. Yeah, like 2 hours. I would leave 2 hours later, he would get to town, be there, you know, and it would cost me nothing. But I can't do that. I can just let him go about his situation. Anyway. Its powerful engine roars into life, and you turn the ignition key. You screech off once again. Go to 34. Alright, I think I'm just gonna draw a circle. I wanted to keep it neat, but I think I'll go back and maybe I'll do the same thing I did with the map. Oh, voice crack. Maybe I'll do the same thing I did with the map the first time, and on my own time go back and make this like nicer to look at for the second go around or whatever. But yeah, let's see. So we got to go to 34. Isn't that So what I actually need to do then is do that. These all should have arrows because I can't go backwards. So so we'll come over here to 34. Let me get a drink. 1 second. Oh man, it's been like so hot and cold where I am that like my central air slash heating is not doing a great job keeping up with it because I keep having to switch it back and forth. I don't have one of those that automatically switches. I have to turn air or heat on. So I keep having the heat on and then having to sleep under a fan, like a strong fan, which is makes my throat so dry and like I hate it. Anyway, you were soon out of town, zigzagging around wrecked cars and fallen trees along the road. Further ahead, you see that the road joins the main highway south. There's a small filling station at this junction named Joe's Garage. You stop as you are intrigued by the hot rod parked right outside, looking clean and in running condition. A young girl suddenly comes up to you out of the office wearing a t-shirt and blue jeans. She smiles and says, "Hi, can I help you?" If you wish to talk to her, turn to 302. If you'd rather drive on up the highway, turn to 167. So we're at Joe's. I wonder if the art gives anything away, because I know I'm not supposed to stop here and it's gonna like... they're gonna attack me. I was just wondering if there's anything. We are open, Joe's. Joe's Garage. I didn't leave room for the number. That's okay. Put it here instead. 302. Oh, no. Okay, actually, better way to do it is just go here and then do the two options here. Stay. Oops. Well, I didn't mean to erase the circle, but I can make a better one. Stay. And that's 302. Leave is 67. Okay, we're gonna leave because I trust Johnson. So, scroll up just a little bit. And that's gonna be 167. I wonder if they're gonna chase me though. That would be fun. Ooh, this is not scanned super well. That's okay. Despite the hazard of avoiding abandoned cars, the highway is wide enough for you to gather plenty of speed. It's exciting to drive so freely without fear of being hauled in by the police for violating some traffic regulation or another. You smile as your speed reaches 190 kilometers per hour. See, I told you, I'm wasting gas just like flooring it. Like, come on, I could have drove him back. Anyway, that would have been fun if it let me drive back and then just start over. Well, it would have needed you to like skip that same encounter though. Anyway, 190 kilometers per hour, but your joy is short-lived. You suddenly see a red Chevrolet, heavily reinforced with steel plating, coming straight towards you. Someone is sitting in a small turret on the roof, a machine gunner. You think to yourself that maybe having to deal with the police in the old days wasn't so bad compared to what is coming to you now. You breathe deeply and get ready to press the machine gun fire button. Okay. Hold up. We need something. How do we get back? How do we get back to these? I need something with more energy for this fight. I need to listen to more of these songs so I know which ones. Those. What about some of the NCS music? What do I got? Nope. None of this. It's all good, but none of it fits the mood, man. Good enough. It's called Murderer. It'll have to do. Okay. So, let's get over here into our encounter. Red Chevy. Well, I'm in a red Charger, so. Firepower is 8. You know what? This will definitely do. If you manage to destroy the Chevy in this vehicle combat, it's like the Chevy in this vehicle. There's a Chevy in. Anyway, do you really? I always thought a Chevy, when you abbreviated, only had the 1V. Maybe it's different because it's British. Yeah, that's probably it. Okay. So, I need my stuff too. Hopefully I can see both on screen. I can just zoom out a little bit, I guess. Hopefully you can still read that. I have 12 firepower, 26 armor. They have 8 and 15. Honestly, that's much more evenly matched than the first things I was fighting in the last one. But we'll see. So, don't. Okay. So, I have 2 die. We're gonna roll those. This will be the enemy's total. They rolled 2 and a 1. Perfect. So they get a total of 11. So we'll see what I get. I can't lose since I have 12, but I always like to roll. And that's why. Because if if I would have rolled 2 6s next time, there's always the one person that might have been like, that would have been your roll on your last one, like, you know, whatever. Or there's at least that voice in the back of my head that does that anyway. So anyway, they're gonna take. I believe it was just 2 damage. I think it's just 2 damage for the vehicle combat. Is that right? No. It's not just 2 damage. You actually roll a die for this one. That's right. That's right. Where you at, machine gun boy? There you are. Okay, cool. So, I'll roll a die to see how much damage I do. 2. Okay, that was all for not much, but that's fine. So he's going to go down to 13. Roll again. Second round. Got a 6. 6 plus 8. That's 14. I got a 15, so just barely. So how much damage? 4 damage. Perfect. Goes down to 9. Whoa, I dropped that. I'm gonna roll that again, even though it was low for them. 7, so that's a total of 15. And I roll 5 and 3, total of 21. And then roll for a die. 6, nice. We're down to 3. Maybe I'll use this as a damage die. Or maybe we'll do it this way. Maybe we'll do, because I like keeping the roll and having that option. So, I could get 2 more die, and well, I'll think about that. But I think I'm gonna use these 2 as my roll die, and then this will be my damage die. So we'll do that now. So they rolled an 8 plus 8, so 16. I rolled an 8 plus 12 for 20, and I do 4 damage. They get destroyed. Perfect. Cool. Okay. Let me see here. We left, so we'll draw a little arrow. Red, Chevy. And if I win, go to 188. It's probably too small to actually be useful at the scale I normally look at this. 88. I mean, I think it's implied that if you go to 188, you... Why am I scrolling on this? I don't need to scroll on this, good lord. I think it's implied that if you go to 188, you've won, but... you stop your interceptor to examine the burning wreck. Who are the people and why did they attack you without warning? You shake your head and hit the accelerator, eager to reach the destination. You're passing a security truck and thinking about all the money inside, which is now useless, when suddenly a voice comes through on your radio above the crackling static. It is one of the New Hope leaders. She tells you about a gang of bikers, how a gang of bikers have just attacked New Hope, killing 8 people in the process. After a short battle, they were eventually beaten off. She warns you to be on the lookout for them as they kidnap Sinclair, the council leader. You acknowledge the message and say goodbye. After an hour or so of driving without any further incident, you notice that your petrol gauge is dropping. The interceptor is very heavy on petrol. You stop and pour the contents of a fuel canister into the tank, realizing that you have to find some more petrol soon. A few kilometers further, you know your luck... a few kilometers further, and you know your luck has really run out. There must have been a car crash at the time of the disaster, which caused a huge tailback of now abandoned cars. It is impossible to continue along the highway. You reverse back to the last exit and drive off the highway. You must decide which way you want to head along the road, which crosses over it. If you wish to drive east, turn to 341. If you wish to drive west, turn to 66. Okay. Viking attack New Hope. Kidnapping Sinclair. Jesus, that is like literally unreadable. Let me try that again. Oops. Too far. Okay. I need to reset this up where I'm not on the very edge of my drawing tablet. Bike. And New Hope. Kidnapping Sinclair. Okay. And then my two options. Whoops. Wrong button. Are to go either east or west. I was actually semi-tempted to do these backwards just for, you know, to piss people off, but it would also piss me off, so. $341 or 66. I think I'm gonna go. What direction is the station? I guess is the question. Did it tell me that? Let me read here. Looking for somebody to take. To the south. So it's just to the south. Okay, fine. I guess. You know what? I lived on the West Coast at one point. Let's go west. Why not? Doesn't seem like it matters. But I could die right here. Alright, let's see. So, 66. The road heads directly west, and you are able to travel along it quickly, as it is relatively free of obstacles. However, your easy drive is short-lived. The road comes to a river, which is used to cross. The road comes to a river, which is used to cross. Like the road is used to cross the river. Is that what it's saying? But the drawbridge, which spans the river, is partially open, stopping you from driving across it. Motherfucker, you know I'm jumping that. You judge that if you drive over it at about 180 kilometers per hour, the momentum should carry the interceptor across the gap to the far side. But then again, it might not. If you wish to try to drive across the bridge, bro, ain't no way we're going back east. You I keep drawing my circles. My circle's not big enough. What I should do is turn around. That's not how you spell that. What's the number? 159. Turn around. And it is safe to do so. Okay. Or... jump. That. Shit. Number 270. That's a terrible circle. Circles are supposed to go through the words. There we go. Yeah, we're for sure. It's gonna. Oh god, my car is made of glass. All right. I already said it though, and I said it before. Oh, we're going. All right, let's do it. Whew. You reverse your car, 270. You reverse your car to give yourself long enough run up to the bridge. You tense slightly, and the adrenaline starts to flow through your veins. The engine roars as you pump the accelerator. Then you suddenly release the clutch and screech away towards the bridge. You hit the bridge at 120 kilometers an hour, and you watch the dial rise to 130 as the wheels leave the ground. Roll 2 die. If the total is the same or less than your skill score, turn to 70. If the total is less, same or less than my skill score. Oh no, I'm doing a test your luck, but like with skill. I mean, it's pretty likely. Like, it's pretty likely, right? Because I gotta get under a 9 with 2 dice. That's... oh... frick. Okay, I'm scared. Can you tell? I'm so scared. Okay. Roll 2 die. If the total is the same or less than your skill score, go to 70. If the total is greater than your skill score. God fucking. Ah, it's a 7. I did it. God. Duh. It's not centered at all. Skill test. Yes. No. Luckily, I don't have to find out where no goes. Okay. What number did it say to go to? I forgot about the numbers for these two, but that's okay. 70 and 231. Okay. 70. Is the music too quiet now? Well, it did just end, so bad timing. The wheels slam down on the far side of the bridge, and you have to struggle with the steering wheel to keep the interceptor going in a straight line. You're across the bridge, but traveling at high speed towards an overturned truck. Roll 2 dice. If it's the same or less than your skill score... Sorry, give me just a second. I've got to adjust this, apparently. I thought it was just 1 skill score. Alright. Forgot the numbers again. It's okay. So that's 2. yes is 70. Let me fix this. Maybe I should use something pressure sensitive. Maybe that would be easier for this kind of thing. This has pressure sensitivity, right? I just didn't, well, does it? No. It did before. That's why I chose a different one. I think it has very slight pressure sensitivity. Let's try this. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Because then I can fit stuff in where I, like, couldn't before, you know? Like, I can make the letters a lot finer that way, instead of... Like, it's fine for drawing, like, boxes and lines and stuff, because I want all that the same weight. I just don't... I'm not very good with the pressure sensitivity, so I, like... I don't know. I'm not confident with it, so I don't use it very much when I do actually do stuff in Krita. Okay, so where were we? Succeed is 62, but it does make writing numbers and letters a lot easier. It's more like a actual pencil like that. Alright, so we succeeded. Oh no, we didn't. We haven't done this one yet. Okay, so I need to get under my skill again, which is 9. That's it. It's meet or under. It's meet or under. Woo! Okay, 62. You managed to control the speeding interceptor and swerve around the truck. 151. Okay. We're doing this. We're doing this. Where are we? 151. I like seeing the little like stuff. Whoever had this before. You drive off the bridge, heading west again. You come to a T-junction, which offers you the choice of roads. If you wish to keep driving west, go to 179. South is... Let's see. South is 362. Junction. That actually doesn't need a number. I could have put 151 in there, but I didn't know it at the time. Okay. Let me come over because I kind of want to keep the directions at least somewhat. West. Or what was the other one? Was it south? I need to go south, so if it is south, that would be good. South, go to 3. Oh, well, that's fine, actually. That's a fine place for it, but that's not what I meant to try. Go to right. I tried to say draw, type, and write all at the same time. My brain, like, disconnected for a second. It was weird. I keep trying to avoid the line, so I end up going through the text, which is just so dumb. What number is this? This is 179. Yeah, I think we go south because that's the way that the location we're trying to get to is. And there's no, like, keys sort of situation in this. We don't need to explore for everything, so I think we just need to find what we're looking for, mostly. So, 362. How many does this have? Is that 400 as well? Sorry, I'm not trying to look. No, it's got 380. I'm trying not to look at what they actually say, but I just wanted to see that number. Country road runs straight ahead far into the distance, and you were able to make good headway, as it is relatively free from abandoned cars. But after an hour's driving at high speed, the road finally ends at a T-junction. If you wish to turn left... Okay. Left. Right. Left is 92. Right is 153. This is how I should be doing it, is writing it, drawing the box, then do the line. Yeah. That's smarter. Okay, left to right. Left to right, left to right, left to right, left to right. Does it matter at all? Well, yes, ultimately. But I have literally no information to go off of. So, in that sense, it does not matter. Okay, we'll do evens and odds. Evens will go left. Odds will go right. Even, so we're gonna go left. Okay. Well, actually, let me think about it. So if I'm going south, left would be east, right? Yeah, if I'm going south, left would be east. And I just came from the east, but I was trying to get to something directly south. So honestly, going east, thinking about it that way, I would also have chosen east if I actually thought about it logically like that as well. So I think that's fine. We should be going east now. Which will take me back towards the true south that it said I was needing to go to. Assuming that it is true south and that south is not just like a, you know... It depends on how vaguely south was meant to be. You drive a long way east. Hey! Passing only one junction to your left. A dirt track leading north. At last, you come to a T-junction where you turn right in order to drive south towards San Anglo. Hey. T... I guess we'll say... exit to San Anglo. I'll say toward, because it's not really going like to San Anglo yet. We'll say that's 272. There we go. So we'll go down to 272. The road cuts through overgrown fields, but there are no obstructions. You check your mileometer to see how far you have come and notice that the petrol gauge is reading empty again. I never... Did it say something about marking off fuel canisters? Am I insane? Because I have oil, and I know there's like a fuel thing, but it didn't give me fuel. So what was up with that? Let me go back up here and see what the heck that's about. Doesn't say anything about it in its stats section. That's the lure dump at the beginning. Fuel may be acquired. There's the oil spray canisters. During the journey, fuel may be acquired during the journey and should be entered on the adventure sheet in the space provided. Other modifiers and accessories for your car, which are acquired during the journey, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't say anything about needing to have fuel to fuel up. It just says you pour fuel in the thing. Because it said my trunk is, or it said I had like a bunch of fuel for the journey, I think, somewhere. I vaguely remember. I think that might have been the lure dump part. I'm just trying to be true to like the spirit of this, because I don't want to like cheat if I, you know, if I'm supposed to have. Man, let's see. Checklist, map, flashlights, full fuel canister, 2 spare tires. What does that mean, though? It doesn't say anything anywhere about the fuel, though. It just says I have a full fuel canister, and then it mentions fuel in the thing, but it doesn't, and it says I can get fuel, but it doesn't say anything about needing fuel. Like, it doesn't say anything about you run out of gas. Like, it doesn't say anything about like you can't drive if you don't have enough fuel or anything, which I would think maybe it would. Like, I think it would make sense, but it doesn't say anything about that. And if it doesn't say anything about that, oh, aha, here we go, here we go, here we go. You have at your disposal 4 rockets and 3 canisters of iron spikes and 2 canisters of iron spikes. Okay, never mind. And 2 rudimented oil sprays, blah, blah, blah. It's, yeah, again, it just says... I guess my thought is, why would acquiring fuel be necessary, and why does it keep saying about the fuel if it doesn't matter? But also, I'm going to get fuel. That's the whole crux of this thing, is that I'm going to get fuel to bring back to New Hope. So maybe that's it. Maybe like once I have the fuel and start coming back, maybe it's like you take damage and lose blah 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 this much fuel, and it's like a score thing at the end. That's something that could come in. Like, that's something I could see that the fuel thing is supposed to be about, because it's like a big section, and like it gives you enough space to like mark it off and maybe make new notes. I don't know, but that's my only thought, because it doesn't seem like I need to be stopping and trying to find places to fuel up, at least as far as I can find. And I don't remember reading that. It could be seen as being implied, but I don't... Machine guns, bulletproof windows. Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't see that anywhere. So I'm just gonna assume that when it says that it's refueling or whatever, like it's just flavor for in-game, and that I don't actually need a canister of fuel. Okay, I just wanted to check that and make sure I'm not like super cheating. So 272. Because it has said that twice, so I just wanted to make sure, because I would be, if I only had 2 canisters, I would be low at this point. Anyway. The road cuts through overgrown fields, but there's no obstructions. You stop. Yep, your petrol gauge is empty again. You picked up a full fuel canister during... Oh, if I would have just kept reading... like an idiot, if I would have just kept reading, it says it... Okay, so there is a fuel mechanic. It's just in the wording of the game. I would have liked that if it would have said that earlier. Just made that clear, but it is like a 40-year-old book. No fuel. Full can. Maybe if I would have stopped and fought those dudes earlier, I would have got a can of fuel. I think the one earlier didn't mention it because that was the first place I possibly... Like, that would have been the first mention of refueling at all, and I started with a one full can. So... let's see. What were the numbers again? Turn to 320, 23. If you've not picked up one, go to 364. I guess it makes sense that it's in the reading because, like, wherever you run out of gas, it's gonna, like, the closest place to get gas is gonna be different, right? So, I guess that makes sense, but it would have been cool if it like just told me that earlier, so I wasn't confused. But I'm happy for the mechanic. The mechanic seems like it'll be cool. A few kilometers down the road, the engine starts to cough and sputter. Finally, it jerks to a halt, and your worst fears are realized. You have run out of petrol. There are no buildings and no signs of life. You realize that the mission is over. You have failed and must try to get back to New Hope on foot. Perhaps try to reach San Angelo another time. Okay, well, I failed. Whoops. So, okay. Mully is like failed. He's terrible. I think we just run it back. Like fully run it back to No, I think we fully run it back all the way to when's the first thing that would have changed anything? Because I would have checked for the gunshot. I'm fine with that. I would have told him from New Hope. That's fine. Leave. Let's go all the way back to Joe's garage. And maybe instead of running off and leaving, we'll stay. Yeah, we're gonna keep the same car and everything. We took no damage. We didn't gain anything. We don't have anything new. Nothing like that. I guess the question is, did I... I think it was after the red Chevy that I fueled up. So I think I currently have one. That's still the base. So I'm just gonna mark that I have a fuel canister. Well, I guess we'll see. I'll unmark that because the first time it did just say I filled it up, and then it knew after that I didn't have any. So that's fine. Let me get a drink real quick. So we're gonna stay at Joe's this time. Maybe instead of doing all that stuff, all that like, you know, driving, which we're supposed to be doing, maybe we can fight these guys off and find some fuel and some extra gear and stuff. Because I know he said to avoid them, which I agree with. I agree that's a good plan, but I'm also decked out with gear and stuff, and I think maybe I could take them, and then that kind of like, you know, makes it safer for everybody. So let's go to 302. Let's see. You open the door and climb out of the interceptor. As you walk up to the girl, a man with a shaved head jumps out from behind one of the pumps, holding a crowbar, and shouts, "Surprise! Let's have your keys and your creds. No funny business unless you want to get hurt. If you wish to give him your car, your keys, and your credits, turn to 209. If you wish to fight him with your knife, go to 48. Well, we know what I'm doing. Let's see. Give up. Oh, excuse me. I still got a little bit of a cough. Okay, give up. It would be like 209. Or fight. It's gonna be... Keep losing which number I'm on. 48. Okay, we're gonna fight him with my knife. Now, my car is made of glass. I'm not. I'm pretty capable. Gripping your knife tightly, you crouch down, waiting for the thug to make his move. Suddenly, he screams and leaps at you. Use the hand fighting rules to resolve this combat. Both your knife and the thug's crowbar reduce stamina by 2 points. If you win, turn to... You follow... Okay, so it's first to 6. Yeah. It's first to lose 6 stamina to see who wins. So... That's over here. He's got 7 and 10. And I've got 9 and 26. So I'm a little stronger than him. I have a lot more stamina, but that doesn't really matter because we're using the hand fighting rule. So we both effectively have 6 stamina. So roll for him first. So he gets plus 7 to whatever this rolls. Move that out of the way. 6 plus 7, that's what, 13? And then I'm going to roll. I got a 5, so that is 14 for me. It says both do 2 damage, so he goes down to 8. He gets a 5, so 12. I got a 9, so 18. Goes down to 6. And it doesn't seem like I can do test the luck on damage anymore, so that's interesting. Or at least I don't think I read that anywhere. They get a 6, and I get a 7, so that's me up. Go down to 4, which I think is... He started at 10, so he's down 6. So he's unconscious. Okay, so let's see. Win, lose. If you win, go to 138. If you fall unconscious, go to 100. Okay, so we're gonna go to 138 because we won that fight. You stagger back from the thug as he slumps to the floor. Just then, the girl starts up the engine of the hot rod. In a cloud of burning rubber, she screeches up the road to the highway and is gone. If you wish to chase her, turn to 75. If you would rather search the garage, turn to 146. Honestly, I think I'd rather search the garage, man. I think I'm gonna let her go. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's see. Chase. Search. Search is 146. Chase is 75. I mean, what am I gonna get out of a hot rod? Maybe I could siphon the fuel. He's the one that fought, so if there's any gear to be had, like, he would have it. Maybe she took the money? I don't really care that much about credits right now. I'd rather have any kind of gear or fuel. And I can't, like, take her car, as far as I know. Maybe I can take maybe the car has a modification of some kind I can, like, try to steal. That's fair. If I did that, maybe the car, maybe I could, like, but I think I would just have to fight her in the hot rod. So maybe they have a safe house that would have more stuff in it. This is my thought process of, like, when I'm trying to figure out which one to go for. My instinct is to search, though. So I think I'm gonna go for 146. Everything inside the garage is either broken or useless. The office and workshop are filled with rubbish, and a thick layer of dust covers everything. The man and the girl must have just used this occasionally as a trap for unwary passengers. The only item you could find that might be of use is a heavy chain. You coil it up and pack it inside the interceptor before driving off down the highway. Okay. Heavy chain. See, sometimes I feel like the pressure sensitivity, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know how to write. Okay, drive down the highway. 167. Okay. Huh? Oh. Okay. Gotcha. I was like, huh? But that's because I was like, I'm doing this again? But yeah, because we went back and I died. Okay. Let's just go way the hell over here. Well, actually, it's not. It's to this one, which is going to be even more annoying to draw over to. Is that... Yeah, you can tell. Okay. Just want to make it, like, readable, so then I have to leave. This is where the thing actually comes in handy, because now, you know, I leave, and I know I go fight the Chevy, so we're gonna fight him again, I suppose. I suppose that does mean I need to come over here and erase the first time I did that, though. Good lord. An eraser is useless. Okay. Well. Didn't need to erase the original, but... It's okay. 8 and 15. Alright. So, again, this... Every time we get to, like, a dramatic moment that I need, like... I need some pumping up. This it keeps playing, like, the most... Like... I don't know, like, the quietest moments of the soundtrack. Anyway, okay. So, 2 dice, plus the 8 that they have, they get a 4 for 12. And then I roll next. I get a 6 for 18. So... Oh, and we roll for damage for these. So, it's 4 damage. Down to 11. Roll again for them. They get a 7 for 15. I get a 4 for a 16. Whew, close. And they take 2 more damage. For a 9 total now. Now they roll for a 7. It's another 15 for them. I get a 6 for an 18. And then for damage... Oh, good. You can still see that. Okay. So they take 3 damage. They get a 7 for another 15. I get a 6 for another 18 damage. That's cocked. Just a 1 that time. Taking the red Chevy down to a 5. Okay. They get a 5 for a total of 13. I get a 10 for a total of 22. And damage. 3. Down to 2. They got a total of 7. Well, they got a 7 for a total of 15. I get a 9 for a total of... What was it, 21? And the damage... Ugh. Just 1 again. Okay. Not doing well on damage so far, but I'm doing fine for hitting. 6 for 14. Got a 7 for a 19. Good God. Okay, and we did 3 damage, so... Boom. Alright. And we can just, instead of flipping through pages, we can go back over here. We know we won. We get the whole bike gang thing and the kidnapping Sinclair again. I'm tempted to just keep going this way, but there's like this whole full can. Like, I know I need a full can if I get there. So that's the only reason I did that, is because I knew... I guess I'll just go east. I guess I'll go east this time. Let's mix it up. Let's map this out. 341. You pass an ambulance parked off the road to your right. You see no sign of life. If you wish to stop and investigate, turn to whatever. If you'd rather keep driving east, turn to whatever. Okay, parked. Ambulance. That doesn't have a number because that is the east, essentially. But I want what it is because I want to write investigate. Investigate is 2. 267. Leave is 22. I feel like it's fairly obvious by now what I'm gonna do. I don't like leaving things uninvestigated, so we're going to 267. Ah. Let's see. 267. You park your interceptor and walk back to the ambulance. The driver cab is empty, although the ambulance looks as if it's been driven quite recently. If you wish to open the rear door to look inside, go to 195. If you'd rather turn back, okay, I can just leave again and go back to 22, or look in cab. It's gonna be 195. I feel like if you've already went to investigate, you don't need the next step. Is this being like when you're like trying to exit a game, it being like, yeah, you sure? And it's like, are you really sure though? Like, yeah, let me look in the door. Like, let me look inside, man. Okay, 195. I'm gonna move this because we're gonna need that. Okay, 195. You turn and pull. An explosion, accompanied by a brilliant white flash and deafening noise, sends you reeling backwards. The door was booby-trapped. Roll one die and deduct a number from your stamina score. The door hangs off its hinges, but there is nothing inside the ambulance. Its owner has probably been on his way. The owner will probably be on his way to see who was caught. You feel too weak to reach the interceptor and decide to crawl into hiding. If you wish to hide in the grass, turn to 182. If you wish to hide under the ambulance, turn to... Damn, I got blown up. Alright. I take 4 stamina damage. That's hefty. So my current stamina is 22. And now I have to... hide. Grass. Under ambulance. Grass is 182. 356. Okay. So I kind of want to hide under the ambulance, but I kind of also feel like that's stupid. But I don't know if I want to just hide in the grass. Something also feels off about hiding in the grass. This whole situation I don't like, but... I'm conflicted. Alright, I'm just gonna follow my instinct, which is probably bad, but I'm gonna go under the ambulance. 356. Lying perfectly still under the ambulance, you hear the sound of footsteps approaching. The pain in your side is severe, making you grip your revolver tightly. Suddenly, well, he could have also followed into the grass. Suddenly, a man's voice shouts, "Hey, stupid, think I can't follow a trail of blood?" You throw your gun out and ease yourself out from under the ambulance with your hands up. If you wish to obey him, turn to 325. You wish to roll out from under the ambulance, firing your gun. I mean, if you wanted to, I was just reading that. So it looks like, oh, he says throw your gun out and ease yourself out from under the ambulance with your hands up. Oh, he said that. Okay. For some reason, I read that as me doing that. So if I wish to obey him, turn to that. Uh, obey. Uh, shoot. I'm I'm fairly trustworthy. If he could follow the blood and wanted to kill me, then he could have just done it, right? Instead of telling me that he could follow the blood trail. He did call me stupid, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I was blown up at the time, so I was a little stupid. Um, I don't particularly want to like kill this guy because he locked and booby trapped his vehicle that he owns, presumably. Uh, because it looked to be in. It said it looked abandoned, right? So it looked to be in like working order, I suppose. So my thought is maybe that's his vehicle that he uses and didn't want anybody else to get it because, would rather have it blow up or like hurt them or whatever. Um, he told me to throw my gun out though, which I don't love. But maybe I could like not like knife him, like knife fight him again, like that other guy that I presumably just left bleeding in that parking lot of that gas station. But okay, you throw your revolver into the sand beyond the ambulance. A pair of leather boots comes into sight, and you see a hand reach down to pick up your revolver. You crawl out and stand up with your arms raised. A scruffy man in front of you pointing his gun straight at you. A cigar hangs out of the corner of his mustached mouth, and he stares at you coldly. The sun kept out of his eyes by a red headband. He orders you to throw over your keys to your interceptor. If you wish to obey him... Oh, no, you're not getting the keys to my car, bro. I threw the gun away because I was coming out so we could talk. I didn't throw the gun away so that you could rob me of my car. That ain't happening. I'm pretty sure I'm about to get shot. But I'm gonna knife him. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna say you get shot and freaking die. Okay. But he's getting knifed, so 82. Woo! Woo! We get to test our luck. If I get shot or not. Alright. My luck's 10, so I should do pretty good here. Roll 2 dice. If the total is the same or less than your luck score, turn to 38 or 39. If the total is higher than your luck score, go to 244. Oh my god, almost. Woo! We got a 10, but that's why we that's why we like having high luck. Test your luck. Yes. No. Test your luck. 39 if we win. 244 if we don't. Okay. We did. Oh, one other thing I had to do because we tested our luck is luck goes down to 9. And I guess we'll do this here as well. Just because that's the current. That's what that means. So anyway, 39. Despite your injury, your reflexes are fast. In one quick maneuver, you pull the knife from your sheath and throw it at the sneering man. A surprised expression spreads across his face as he drops to his knees, clutching the knife handle, which protrudes from his stomach. He falls forward, shooting wildly as he dies. Woo! I thought I was gonna rush him and like try to stab him. I threw the knife into his chest. He's just dead. Oh, you know what? That last thing just told me to do that. It did not use the keyword test your luck. This actually does. No lower. No lowering luck stat after. Okay. This one actually says test your luck. Like the keyword. So I'll put this in quotes. And then this song is so like bright and happy for me just to have like thrown a knife into a man's heart. Anyway, the reason I made that distinction, if you're unaware, is because the distinction between this test your luck and this one is because when you keyword test your luck, you have to reduce your luck by 1 point, where this one doesn't. But this one, the one I'm about to do, uses the key term, so I will have to reduce my luck after doing this. That's also why I'm not going back and changing it, even though I'm going to use 10 as the score here. So, test your luck. So I got to get 10 or lower. That is not good. I don't like that. I don't like that. I didn't win. I got an 11. That's bad. He shot me, dude. I mean, I was being extremely reckless, so that makes sense. One of the stray bullets hits you in the shoulder. Roll 1 die and deduct a number from the stamina point. You wonder how long your med kit is going to last if the mission is going to continue being so dangerous. When you're finally fixed up, you limp back to your interceptor and burn up the road heading east. So I can use my med kit, essentially, is what it's saying. But I have to roll a die. Take 2 more damage, which makes my current total 20. And then if I want to use a med kit, which it's suggesting that I do, and I agree because I've been damaged a bunch, I think I get 4 from a med kit. That's somewhere. Where's the bit about the medkits? Oh, it's in the stamina bit. Okay. You may use the medkit at any time. Using a medkit restores 4. Okay, and I'm down by 6, so I can use a medkit. I have 10 of them. I know you can't see that other one, the other line here. You can see these ones. These ones over here. The other ones are behind the dice cam. So I'll mark off one that you can see so that you can know that I'm missing one. And that will bring me back up to... I don't like that it doesn't just choose a different eraser like the normal eraser. It creates an eraser version of the pen that you're currently using when I hit the eraser button or this. You can't see it, but it's up here. Actually, I bet I can. I bet I can change that in specification. Anyway, it doesn't matter at all. So 29. Okay. So we'll say two damage, and then wherever we're going is going to be page 22. And then we got to go over to page 22. You flash past a road sign which shows a turning to the south immediately ahead. If you wish to turn south, go to 1 second actually. Road sign. So we either keep going east or we go south. I think the plan is to go south, right? Because we want to. That's what direction we need to start going. Continue east is 206. South is, where'd that go? 311. Oh, whoops, I'm at the top of, That's unfortunate. I'm at the top of my page here. I had to do the thing where I had to compress the other one. Actually, if I did select all and then this, and then, okay, I don't know why the others are on. Oh, I do know why the others are on a different layer. I have to actually pull up my Dockers for a second, and is that the, yeah, that's the background. Okay. Whoops. To these. Merge. Perfect. That's all fine. Tools. No, get rid of the Dockers again. And now I can make this all smaller. Hooray. This is an entirely necessary process for me to do. Okay. Also gonna have to slightly reduce the size of my pin as well. Okay, that'll do. Okay, so 206. We're continuing east. Who is this man? Why is he so yoked, man? Good lord. Alright. I hope I can, like, be friends with that dude. You know. Friends. What? We also weren't gonna go east. Good God. That definitely wasn't the right number, though. Yeah, that's not the right number at all. Oh. I was like, you what? Okay, so this is 203. And then I wanted to go to 311. Okay. I don't like this. A few miles down the road, you come to a small, crudely constructed wooden bridge which crosses a narrow river. There's a sign nailed to the bridge warning you not to cross the river. If you intend to drive across regardless, go to 229. If you would rather turn back and drive to that last junction, turn to 124. This is completely different than jumping the bridge. This is like, hey, do you want to just fall into a river while inside of a car? Is that something you want to do? Is just be in the water in a car. It's not like, do you want a Dukes of Hazzard over a sweet, like, drawbridge situation? It's completely different. I'm turning around, is what I'm saying. Cross... Scary bridge, and that's gonna be 229. Could I have made that any closer? Good lord. I still somehow drew kind of a recognizable arrow. All right. Turn around. Turn around. It's gonna be 124. Yeah, I'm not driving. Definitely not in a car first. Just period. Secondly, a car that has armor plating and like barrels of fuel and like 4 rockets and a metal windshield all strapped to it. That thing has to weigh like 3 tons. There's absolutely no way. Uh, 124. You are soon back at the T-junction and stop to decide which way to head. If you wish to turn right, turn to 203. If you would rather turn left, head to... Well, that's not going to do anything. It's just going to take me... Okay, whatever. Turn around. Oh, I didn't know this song had... I downloaded most of my songs without, like, a vocal, or, as vocalists. Maybe this is just considered backing vocals, I don't know. Anyway. What freaking number am I on? Okay. If you wish to turn right... Hold on, let me make sure I know which way I'm going, because I was heading south. So now I'm heading north, because I turned around. So, if I'm heading north, right is east, and left would be west. Okay. Oh, it literally says it right there. I'm actually an idiot. I mean, I guess it's better that I, like, figured it out. I'm not as much of an idiot as I would be if I, you know, got it wrong also. That would be bad. But it does tell me to go to 203, so I don't need to write anything there. That doesn't need a bubble. That's fine. 203. Yeah, we're going to continue east, because... I mean, I could go back west, but this is the first junction I found, so it doesn't make that much sense, in my opinion. Sorry, I went too far. This dude too, man. Everybody's so freaking yoked. Okay. The road is open and wrecked cars are an infrequent hazard. The speedometer reads well above the maximum speed limit that used to control the road, but you know that there is no chance of getting a speeding ticket now. Your enjoyment, however, is short-lived. A roadblock of upturned cars and trucks comes into view. You slow down and survey the scene, sensing danger. So there's 3 options. Fire a rocket at the roadblock. Try and drive around the roadblock. Turn around and drive back to the junction. That's... We're not turning around, so... Turn around... 278. Rocket at was it roadblock? And that's number 372. That's obviously the most fun one. Wow, that's enormous. I'm extremely tempted to fire a rocket, but let's bring this all the way out here. I feel like driving around is the most sensible reason. Almost said drink while saying driving. What does that mean? And then I almost wrote drunk. Alright. Drive around. That's going to be 317. There we go. I really want to blow something up, but I only have 4 rockets for the entire adventure. Give me a second to think about it. I get a drink as well. Oh man, I took a bite of my sandwich from before the stream, and I forgot I had gloves on, and it's like, it's got pesto on it, so it's a little bit oily, and I was like, oh, so I had to clean that. Anyway, I think I'm gonna. Oh my god, I'm still not decided. I only have 4 rockets. I'm gonna be sensible and drive around it. And if it's maybe still blocked, like this, the way it's still blocked, then I'll blow some stuff up. The first choice should be sensible, and then, well, this doesn't look good. You drive off the road, bro. I just thought about it, but this makes sense why I would think about it now. But that roadblock was built there. It wasn't just a bunch of crashed cars. I thought it was like a bunch of cars that like crashed up. I didn't know it was like they like looked like they were drug over there. Essentially, it was a trap. That's what I'm saying. You drive off the road onto the rocky scrubland and are suddenly surprised by the sight of two vicious-looking leather-clad bikers who jump out from behind a bush. One fires a shot from his pistol to give cover to the other, who slams. I can't read what that says. With the scan, does it say limpet? Is that correct? Mine against the rear wheel arch of your interceptor. Lose 1 luck point. Oh no, I already lost one earlier. I'm down to 8. You see what I mean? Why I mulliganed earlier? With 7 luck, even if I passed the thing. Well, I didn't even pass it earlier, but I would be down to 6 luck now. Or no, 5 luck. To be insane. With high luck, I'm still already getting my butt kicked here. They dive for cover before you even think about firing your machine gun. Your mind races as you panic. I think the car will be mostly fine. And it doesn't look like I could try to get it off of the car. The choices are to keep driving, jump out of the car, or stop the car and jump out, or stop the car and stay inside, right? My choice would be to stay inside the car, because the car will be mostly fine. Even though its armor isn't great, it still is armored. I would drive over to the bush they're hiding in. They're on the outside of the car, which is where it's a lot more dangerous. But it doesn't let me do that, so... drive would be 17. Jump out would be 212. Stay inside would be 2. I'm tempted to just stay here, like stop the car and let it blow up, and then shoot them with the machine gun when they come close to me. They have mines, dude. Apparently. So, I want their stuff, essentially. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go 295. It seems like maybe the dumbest choice, but also maybe the most potentially rewarding choice. The car slides to a halt in a cloud of dust. In your rearview mirror, you watch the 2 bikers run for cover with the mine about to explode. Then it blows, wrecking a wheel, but sounds no louder than a dull thud to you sitting inside the car. Lose 2 armor points. Okay, that's fine. That's actually not that bad. We're at 24. No sooner than the dust settled than the bikers start to open fire with their motorcycle machine guns. You are a sitting target. Roll 1 die and deduct the number from armor point score. Okay, maybe I should have kept rolling. Damn, they got me too. 6, so we're down to 18. You decide that you will have to leave the car to deal with them. You pull the interceptor's own machine gun trigger and dive out under the cover of the burst of fire. Bro, why don't I just use the machine gun? I mean, one of the wheels is busted, I guess, so I can't really... Alright. I have to go over a little further. And leave enough space for this stuff over here if I need to do that. Okay, if I'm lucky, 122, and then 329 if I'm not. My luck is 8 now, which I still have a decent chance to roll above it, although I had an even better chance the last 2 times when I didn't. But I have a decent chance to roll under an 8 with these 2 die, so hopefully, we beat this one. But, okay. So, let's do it. Under an 8, please. That is not under an 8. That's not under an 8. Even worse now, I gotta go down to 7. This is bullshit. Okay. So 329 it is. One of the bikers saw you when you jumped for cover. He calls out to you saying, "Throw your gun and keys. We only want your car. If you wish to obey him, turn to 283. If you'd rather fight it out, turn to 6." Bro, you're gonna fix the wheel right now. What I should do... Well, I don't know that's what I should do, but a thought I had is, what if I gave them the keys, let them take the time to fix the wheel, and then sneak back up on them and stab them after that? That way I don't have to fix it. And they're not gonna, like, they're gonna be like, well, if they didn't want to kill me, they're gonna be like, well, get out of here. And I'm like, okay, like, pretend to walk off, and then I've got the element of surprise back, you know. Anyway, oops, my bad. Let's see. Fight. That would be 6. Or obey. And that would be 283. If he takes the car, that would be stupid. If he takes the car, then I immediately lose, because that's the whole point of the game. If I fight, maybe I die, but then maybe I win and still could win the game, you know? Alright. Both bikers are armed with pistols. You reply by firing your revolver, and the duel begins. Alrighty. Oh god. It's so thin over here. First biker. Skill. Hopefully you can you can still read that. Let's see. Skill is 6 with a stamina of 15. I'll switch to a boulder. Yeah. It's got more pressure sensitivity. I don't know if I'm gonna love that, but we'll see. 7 and 17. Second biker. Okay. During the shooting combat, both bikers will fire separately at you during each attack round, but you must first choose which of the two you will fire at. Against the other, you throw for your attack strength in the normal way, but you will not wound him if your attack strength is greater. You must just count this as though his bullet missed you. Of course, if his attack strength is greater, the bullet will wound you. If you win, turn to 307, but reduce your skill permanently by 1 if you are shot more than once during the battle with the bikers. Frick. Okay. So I can't be shot more than once, or I start actually losing skill. If It says if you win, then reduce it. So it's reduced after the combat. At least the way I'm reading it, it's after the combat. So if I get shot more than twice, I don't have to reduce my skill until after the combat, so I can still roll at my full score. So I have a 9. Just double checking. All right. I'm gonna shoot at the first biker. I go third in this. Well, no, I go second and fourth technically. But the first one is the one I'm gonna shoot at because he has lower stamina and I could get him out sooner. Yeah. So this will be for the biker, the first biker. This first roll. They got a 4 and a 2, so they got 12 total. I'm at a 9 currently, so I need 3 to meet, 4 to beat. I got a 6, which wins is with my pistol, so I roll a d6 to see how much damage I do. I did 4, so that takes the first biker down to 11 health, or 11 stamina. Now, this is for the second biker, and they add 7 to this. Ooh, that's not good for them. Double 1, so they get a 9, which I'm automatically going to beat, but yeah. So I will automatically beat that, but I'll roll for it. Actually, yeah, I will roll for it just to, make certain I beat it, but I don't do any damage to this one because of the way this combat works. So we're back to the first one. I'm also going to attack the first one again because I'm trying to focus him down, right? So this will be for the first biker. They got a 6 for a total of 12. I need a 3 or higher. That's 7. So I do enough damage, or I do enough that I hit, and I do 3 damage. So he is down to 8. Second one, rolled a 4 for a total of 11, and I got a 9 for a total of 18, but I don't do any damage. And then the next one, they get a total of 11 with this 5. I got a total of 16. So I deal damage. Total of 4 damage. And then they're down to 4 stamina. Same thing. I'm gonna go for the first one again. This will be for... this will be for the second one, because I didn't do any damage. We're on the second one. This was the roll for the second. So they're at 7 plus 6. Sorry, 13. And then for me, that's more than a 13, so they don't do damage to me. Back to the first biker. They got a 9 plus a 6 for 15. I got a 9 plus a 9 for an 18. I do damage to them again. Perfect. And that is the first biker down. Perfect. So now we're back to normal combat. Except that I did damage to the first one first. So I still technically... It's still technically that same round, so I can't deal damage again. So even if I win this combat against the second one, who's the only one left alive technically, I still can't do damage until next turn. They got a 5 for a total of 12. I've got a 6 for a total of 15. But I can't deal damage. So this will be them, the second biker going here. A very, very good roll of, 11 plus, of 18. So I've got to beat an 18 with a 9. So I got to get a 9 or higher to even match. Ooh, I got the same roll. I got an 11. So 11 plus 9, that gives me 20. So I deal damage. I really thought I was getting shot there. Only deal 1 damage, but still, I'm happy for not being shot. So this is for them again. They rolled a 2 with a total of 9. There's really no way I can't win this. Even though I rolled Snake Eyes as well. Oh my god. But I got a total of 11 versus their 9. And roll for damage. Total of 4. That was crazy. That was what? That was that 4 or 5 ones on d6s in a row? That was crazy. So down to 12. Back to the biker. Rolled a 6 for a total of 11. Or, sorry, 13. I rolled double 6s, so that's definitely going to win. Dealing 5 damage. Taking them down to 7. They get a 5 for a total of 12. Got a 6 and a 2. 8 for a total of 17. And dealing 2 damage. Okay, I think we're pretty in the clear here. They get a 7 for a total of 14. Got a 9 and 9 for a total of 18. Damage 2. So I'm trying to get through this quick because I'm pretty sure we're good now. They got a 6 and a 7 for 13. I got a 6 and a 9 for 15. And damage 5, and that's it. Okay, perfect. Without taking any damage, we took them out. Okay, so I do not have to reduce my skill by 1 permanently because I did not get shot more than once with the bikers. Let's see. Whoa, that's so thick. Okay, no wonder it was working over there. Let's see, win. It's gonna be 307. Keep forgetting to leave space for the arrow. So 307. Cool. There we go. You walk over to the bikers' motorcycles and notice a locked side panner. If you wish to open the panner, turn to 206. If you would rather change the wheel in your interceptor without wasting more time, go to 3. Okay. Search. Fix. Search is going to go to 206. Why does 206 feel like we've already seen that one? 346. But it doesn't seem like a situation that would be reusing text, so I don't think so. It's just 206 seems familiar for some reason. Okay, we're gonna search, because I want stuff. You fire at the lock on the... Is it paneer? Like, the bread? Anyway, you fire at the lock on the paneer, 3 shots and it's open. Inside you find a pair of handcuffs, a map, and 200 credits. Okay. After putting the handcuffs and the credits in your jacket pocket, okay. Handcuffs. Plus 200. Okay. Guess I can keep the total down here. Weird that the credits were already written in there, but I guess that makes sense. But it's written in the place I would think the total would be. Anyway, whatever. Where was I? You look on the map. There's a red circle drawn around New Hope. We'll call it the New Hope attack map. No, I missed an E here. The New Hope attack map. Okay, cool. Obviously, these men came from the same gang that attacked New Hope. A small town named Rockville is marked with a red cross and is not too far southeast from where you are. No doubt is where the temporary home of the bikers. You decide to change the wheel in your interceptor before any bikers arrive. Turn to 346. Okay. Good to know. Fortunately, the wheel hub is not damaged, and you're able to fit a spare tire quite quickly. You are soon charging down the road, shaking your head at the mad world you are forced to live in. You soon arrive at another signpost, which points down a narrow dirt trail toward a town called Rockville. If you wish to drive south of Rockville, turn to 157. If you'd rather keep heading east, turn to 46 or 45. I don't wish to keep heading east, but Rockville is where they're from. But also, maybe I could take them out and save Sinclair. Sinclair was attacked, or was kidnapped, right? So, I think that would be a good idea to go. I'm pretty sure I have to mark one of these spare wheels off. Interesting that it didn't ask if I have a spare and to turn to somewhere else. I bet it knows that this is early enough in the story that it's impossible to have used both spare tires no matter what you've done so far. So, anyway. Back over here. East. Or what was it, Rockville? Sure sounds like they have a lot of stuff at Rockville. This will be very lucrative, I'm sure. Alright. We're gonna go try to rescue Sinclair from Rockville. And that's gonna be... I need... Sorry, 1 second. Okay, cool. So I need to go to 157 to go to Rockville. Right around here. The dirt track is rough and bumpy. You realize that people for miles around will see the dust that the Speedy Interceptor is throwing up. Nevertheless, you're determined to reach Rockville. Suddenly, you see a blinding flash on top of a boulder in the distance. Test your luck. Okay. I think I'm going to change these later to lucky and unlucky. $2.22 and $3.15. One second. Okay. All right. Yeah. I guess we'll test our luck. We're at what's our current score? Is like 8. Is it still 8? No, I think it went down to 7, didn't it? Oh, okay. I only have to meet it though, so technically I still have an advantage. Okay. I gotta get under a 7 with these 2 die. Ooh. Oh, please, 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 please. Oh, I got a 3. I was actually lucky this time. Ah. 222. Down, 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 down. Damn, whatever 221 is long as hell. Oh my god! I'm glad I got lucky, holy hell! Someone has fired a bazooka at you, but the shell explodes harmlessly a few meters away. Turn to 53. Oh my god! What a time to get lucky. Holy sh... Whew. Bazooka. I gotta mark that someone tried to fire a bazooka at me. Okay. I gotta go to 53. Holy. You press down on the accelerator, steering the interceptor towards your attackers, but before you can reach them, they jump onto their motorbikes and race off. If you wish to chase after them, turn to 78. If you would rather reverse, drive back to the road and turn right to head east, turn to 45. Bikers, I guess, is what we'll call this little blob. And then it's... Chase is gonna be 78. And then leave is taking me back down here to 45. They fired a bazooka at me. So I don't really plan on, like, just letting that go, I guess. So I'm gonna chase them down and murder them in game. Right? So oh, it looks like there's multiple options here. The bikes are suited to driving along the dirt track, and you are unable to catch up with them. In the distance, you see a cluster of houses, which must be Rockville. The bikes drive straight towards the houses and disappear from view. As you get closer, you hear sound of gunfire, which seems to be coming from the nearest farmhouse. Will you fire a rocket at the farmhouse, keep on driving towards the houses, or reverse? Okay. So, if I go reverse like this, right? I can do that, and then I can just bring it like into this. I don't really care if this looks pretty. I just want it to be readable, you know? I want to know, like, if I need to look at this later, like, I want to know what to be able to do, you know? Or I actually want to be able to... it to be readable enough for me to remake it later when I do that. To make it more legible. Rocket... the farm house. It's gonna be 199. That, again, seems like the most fun option. My only problem is that, my thought is that Sinclair might be in there, and that I don't want to blow him up. With him? I don't know. Drive toward houses. The sensible option would be to do this. But am I being too sensible? Am I being too sensible, not doing the fun stuff? I really want to fire the rocket at it. I really want to fire the rocket. This music's gonna put me to sleep. Man, I need to make separate playlists for different vibes, I think. It's more stuff for me to do. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll do 1 and 2 is fire rocket at the house, but if I roll anything besides a 1 or 2 on this die, we'll drive towards the other houses and leave it alone. But I kind of want to blow up the farmhouse, despite how reckless that is. Okay, 1 or 2 and we do it. That's a 1, baby. We're blowing up the house. Let's go. Guiltless destruction. Yeah. The farmhouse is an easy target and the rocket does not miss. The explosion destroys the farmhouse, sending fragments of brick and wood flying through the air. When the dust is settled, you drive cautiously ahead, one finger against the machine gun trigger. You stop alongside the burning farmhouse and see no signs of life. You turn off the engine and wind down the window of the interceptor. You hear a desperate cry of a man calling for help. It's gonna be Sinclair, bro. I blew Sinclair up. I knew it. I freaking knew it, man. Okay. So this is... Investigate. Cry. Be 262. Leave town. It's gonna be 353. I kind of hope the cry is Sinclair, because otherwise I think that means... Because it's not giving me any other option. I think that means I definitely killed him if I if I don't get any other options. Okay. 262 to investigate what the sound is. Okay, you walk over towards the sound of the cry for help and find it coming from inside a sack attached to the general store. You ask who is inside the shack. It's Sinclair, New Hope's council leader. You search around and find an iron door to prise open the lock to the door. Sinclair is free. Add 1 luck point. Aw, yeah. Let me do that before I forget. So I'm at what now? 8? Currently. Okay. Anyway. New Hope's council leader. Get a luck point. Sinclair tells you about the raid on New Hope and his kidnapping. He asks you to radio New Hope to tell them he will return by motorbike as soon as possible. There are 2 bikes parked in front of the general store, which he chooses the old Harley Davidson. Thanking you for your help, he waves goodbye and roars off north. Will you? Okay. Search store. Search houses. He was coming from inside a shack attached to the general store. My thought was if they were keeping him in the general store, they wouldn't keep things in the general store. I feel like the general store would be mostly sacked, right? And things would have already been moved into the houses. Is my thought, anyway. So, I think my best bet is to search the houses. At least that's my thought process. I don't know. But, let's go 252. You open the front door of the house and step inside. Leading off the hallway, there are two doors facing each other. If you wish to open the door on the left, turn to 185. Oh my god. I was on the wrong thing. There we go. If you wish to open the door on the right... Yeah, okay. Left door... Door. 185, 70. Can I, like, listen at the door, man? I have no practical information for which door to go into. So I guess I'll just do it again. I'll roll a die. Evens left, odds right. Did I say evens left? Okay. Alright, well, we're gonna go left, so 185. Let's go a little further, faster. The door opens into a room that has recently been occupied. There are unfinished cups of coffee on the table and the front wheel of a motorbike propped up against the wall. Its inner tube lying on the floor. Somebody is obviously in the process of mending a puncture. There's also a toolkit on the table, inside which you find a pair of heavy-duty wire cutters. Okay. You decide to take with you. If you have not done so already, you may open the door to the room on the opposite wall, or you may leave the house. Okay. Heavy... duty. Oh my god. I cannot write. When I'm like off stream, I like having Krita like full screen and using the full width of the pad, right? So I have it set up to go to the full width of the screen. But that means when I set it up to stream and I only have it as like a third of the screen, it's like all the way on the edge whenever I write. So it's like basically where I would rest my hand. Like that's the edge of the pad, so it keeps like slipping off and I keep like making weird writing mistakes. And also, okay, I can't write in a minute literate anyway. Let's see. So, going back to the map, I can go here or leave, which would be 246. Okay, so let's go into 72. Opening the door trips a wire which is pulled taut around the trigger of a crossbow at the far wall. The bolt is unleashed from the bow and thuds into your shoulder. Roll one die and deduct the number from your stamina. Oh. goody. I love that. No, I'm actually doing fine for the most. I'm at full right now because we went back on the thing that hurt me before. 3. So I'm down to 23 health. Okay. So, right, okay, sorry, it told me to turn to a different page, and then that goes to, actually, let's not do it like that. It's just the 72 leads directly to another thing that's not connected to anything else, so that's going to be 233. And then we'll just wait until we see what 233 is, and then I'll put a thingy in there. After attending to your wound, you find that there is nothing apart from rubbish and broken furniture in the room. It is merely booby-trapped to deter intruders. Lose 1 luck point. If you have not done so already, you may open the... You... frick. I'm just calling this the loser room. And I lost a freaking luck point too. So now my luck is back down to 7. I hate this, dude. This is awful. I hate having low luck. I mulliganed twice. Alright, let's go to 240. 246 was it? Yeah. What's happening here, dude? I see this every time I scroll by. It's freaking me out. It's freaking me out, man. If you've not done so already, you may search the general store, which is over here. Hopefully that reads as going through there. I think it does, because you don't go from the left door to search the store, but I think that makes sense. It's fine. I could make this bigger and re-angle it, but I don't care. It would be better if I was using a separate flowchart program where I could drag stuff around. Maybe I'll remake it in that and we'll use that next time, but I don't have any room on my screen with the way I have it set up right now for me to use a third program to be doing this, because I'm using a PDF viewer for the game, and then Krita for all of the, or for the character sheet and the flowchart mapping stuff depending on the book. I know there's some good like flowchart software out there. Maybe there's even like a tool I can use in Krita for that, but I don't know how to do that, so I'll have to figure that out. Anyway, we're gonna search the store, which is 212, which is just a little bit up here. Wait, no, 112. I was like, my car should not be sliding anywhere. Inside the general store, you find a can of meat, which you greedily devour, not having eaten such a rare delicacy for a long time. Add 2 stamina points. Okay. Sweet. Back up to almost full. 25. More importantly, you find a full can of petrol. Woo! Which you stow inside the interceptor. If you have not done so already, you may search the blah blah blah. You may search the other house or go to 353. It's 353. Yeah. Okay. So you can go from here to searching the house, and then from here to, well, good lord, know, I think also the problem is I'm not used to drawing. I'm getting more used to it for sure, but I'm not used to like writing or drawing on a screen that I'm not looking at, or like on something I'm not looking at. I use like paper or my phone with like a stylus on that, but I'm using like a drawing pad on the screen, not one of the like the drawing pads with the screen. They're separate, so that takes some getting used to too, and like yeah, it's like a little bit of a disconnect you gotta get used to. Anyway, that doesn't matter at all right now. We're gonna go to Leave Town, which is 353. That's a whole cowboy. Anyway, excuse me. Let's see. I'm just trying to set this up where I can make some room, so I'm just gonna draw a line over that way. The dirt track twists and turns through the open countryside, but at last you come to a T-junction where the dirt track is crossed by a good road. You look down it both ways, but do not see any vehicles or signs of life. You wish to turn east, go to 61. If you want to turn west, go to 371. Well, go junction. I'm trying to make enough room for myself. So if I go maybe like this, just trying to make like enough room so if I go up I don't run too much into that. I have plenty of room this side, so that's fine, but if you want to head east, go to 61. If you want to head west, go to 371, I think it said. Yep. And the reason I'm trying to make that much room and I care about that is because I'm going west, because I've been going east and I was trying to go around something, so I need to start heading back west so that I can head south to go towards San Angelo. So 371 is where I want to go to. You drive a long way west, passing only one junction on your right, a narrow road leading north. At last you come to a T-junction where you turn in order to drive south towards San Angelo. Okay, cool. Problem is the problem really is you remember all this shit over here? I'm pretty sure we're gonna start driving back that way. Where did it say? Oh, but I do have a gas can this time, so actually that's not as bad. Because I'm having a feeling. Where'd it go? Turn to 225. I'm just double checking and making sure we haven't hit a junction, like somewhere to go to 225 before. Because there was that one place that was like you head south to San Angelo, and like you could come. Because I went west the first time, right, and then I turned south and then went east, and I did the opposite this time. Went east, turned south, and went west. So they theoretically could come to the same T junction. So that's what I was checking. Or attempting to check, I guess. So it would have been, yeah. See, it would have been 272. And this one is telling me to go to 225. So that is different. It is different, so that's fine. Let me get back over here. So 371. Okay. That's gonna be 225. Okay. The road cuts through overgrown fields, but there are no obstructions on the road. You check your mileometer to see how far you've come and see that the petrol gauge is reading empty again. If you picked up a full canister, turn to 190. Okay, oops. Out of fuel. No can. So we go to, if we don't have a can, it's 364. So that one there. Refuel. And that's gonna be 197. And I have picked up one recently. We just grabbed one from that location. You stop the car, get out to empty the fuel canister into the petrol tank. The canister does not hold much petrol, and you realize you will have to be on the lookout for more. You'll have to be on the lookout for more if you hope to reach San Angelo. San Anglo? Anglo. Sorry. I keep wanting to say, like San Angeles, I guess. Like Los Angeles, but with a San, and I don't know. By the time you set off again, it's early morning, and you watch the setting sun through the right-hand window. Soon it will be dark, and there is a new decision to make. Will you drive off the road and sleep inside the interceptor? Find a building to sleep inside of, or drive on through the night? Well, first of all, we don't have any fuel anymore because we just used that, so we're gonna erase this guy. Cool. Secondly, we have 3 choices to make. Do we sleep in car, find shelter, or drive through night? Okay, sleep in the car is number 4. Find shelter is 321. Drive through the night is 144. My thought was to find shelter, because maybe I'll find something in... Actually, let me put it this way. I'm not going to find anything new in my car while I'm sleeping. If I find shelter, it's potential I could find something in that shelter that might help me later. Beyond that, driving through the night, like, I have to sleep. There's just, like, if it's giving me the option to sleep or the option to drive through the night, it's going to be like you drive through the night, fall asleep, and crash and die. You know, I'm not going to choose that option. I think that's a dumb option. So, I think find shelter is the way to go, and that's going to be 321. Where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. Sorry, I got just distracted by something. Okay. The first building you come across is an old roadside cafe. There are cars on the front court, but none looks as though they've been driven since the catastrophe. You drive a lot around the back to hide the interceptor. After climbing out and looking around, you make sure there's nobody else is staying here. You decide where to sleep. If you wish to sleep in the bed in the room above the cafe, turn to 55. If you wish to sleep in the wooden outhouse, turn to 332. What kind of psychopath would sleep in the wooden outhouse? What? What? I'm so dumbfounded. Why? You could maybe sleep in, like, the office with the door locked. You could sleep in a booth in the cafe. You could sleep in the interceptor parked back around the back of the cafe. You could figure out a way to climb up and sleep behind the sign that says cafe. What else? You could sleep behind the counter of the cafe, inside the cafe. Why in the hell would you sleep in a wooden outhouse outside? It's also at most like 4 feet by 4 feet, maybe? How are... I'm just gonna draw. Oh, I'm back up to the top again. Three. And then over here, sleep in bed upstairs. 55. I know that sleeping in the bed upstairs is maybe not the best idea in the world either. You know, I could maybe, like I listed a bunch of places you could maybe sleep that would be a little safer, a little more hidden, but still relatively more comfortable than sleeping inside of your car, right? Fine. Use the bed a million times out of a million before sleeping in the freaking outhouse. You push open the back door of the cafe and realize that the place was looted some time ago. Broken crockery is scattered all over the floor, furniture strewn everywhere, and all the food cupboards are empty. A staircase leads up to the living rooms, which have also been ransacked. Finding nothing of interest, you sit down to eat some of your own rations as the light rapidly fades. When it is completely dark, you lie down to sleep on the bed with your revolver under your pillow. If you roll one die, if you roll a 1, 2, or 3, turn to 110. If you roll a 4, 5, 6, go to 14. Okay. How far am I? Oh, man. Okay. No, I'll do just for... C... bottom. And what I'm going to do is go down here all the way. How far down is that? Right here. I'm going to go sleep in bed 55. And then we'll continue on up from there because it's going to be right at the top again. If I shrink it again, I'm going to have to make the font smaller again. And it's going to be a whole situation. I am right at 4 hours, though, streaming. So I'm going to take a quick break, go to the restroom and stuff, and we'll continue this in a few minutes. I'll leave you with some music going. Yeah, we'll definitely continue for another, I don't know, hour or two, maybe a little longer. We'll see. But yeah, it might take a few minutes because I might grab a snack too. I'm still hungry. I didn't eat all of my my lunch. So yeah, feel free to take a break too, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And it keeps going to the most chill music I have in my playlist at the worst times. I'm gonna have to actually go through and figure out like the whole like I'm gonna have to make different playlists for different vibes because I was hoping it would be fine all mixed together, but it's not as fine as I was hoping for. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute, and I'll find some music for you. Well, sorry, one more second. I hit the wrong button. I was still eating my cashews. Anyway, I'm back now though. Hello. I did do a little bit of I just did the little the next little bit here. I have not rolled yet though, so we're gonna do that next. So, in case you forgot or missed it, I'm currently on. We just slept in a bed inside of a cafe that we found. I guess more recap than that. We're playing like a Mad Maxy sort of choose your own adventure book, called Freedom or Freeway Fighter. We're in a car trying to get a bunch of fuel and trade some seeds to bring a bunch of fuel back to our town. We just found an inn or a cafe, abandoned cafe on the side of the road. We're gonna sleep in. The last number we got to was this one right here, right? Number 55. And I'll read that again. You push open the back door of the cafe and realize that the place has been looted some time ago. Broken crockery is scattered all over the floor. Furniture is strewn everywhere, and all the food cupboards are empty. A staircase leads up to the living rooms, which have also been ransacked. Finding nothing of interest, you sit down to eat some of your own rations as the light rapidly fades. When it's completely dark, you lie down to sleep on the bed, with your revolver under the pillow. Roll one die. If I roll 1, 2, or 3, I gotta turn to 110. If I roll 4, 5, or 6, I gotta turn to 14. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna roll one die here. Let's do it. Got a 5, so we turn to 14. I don't know if that's good or bad, and I'm nervous. The bed is very comfortable, and you do not wake up until well after sunrise. Your good night's rest has left you relaxed and refreshed. Gain 3 stamina points. Oh, I cannot gain that many, but I will gain back up to my maximum. Thank you. Whoa. So I was trying to erase. I'll just leave the 26 up there. Perfect. You run downstairs and out the door, but you are stopped in your tracks by the sight of a man dressed in white robes emptying a petrol can all over the interceptor. Chanting incoherent words, he steps back and produces a box of matches, striking one and holding it aloft. If you wish to call out to the man, turn to 160. If you wish to run over to the man and knock the match out of his hand, turn to... Oh my god. Hmm. Knock. Match. It's gonna be 217. Or call out. It's gonna be 260. I don't know what to do here, because if I call out to him, he could be like startled or think that I'm gonna come stop him, so he's gonna like immediately throw it. Or if I knock the match out of his hand, I can knock it the wrong way and onto my freaking car, man. I think what I would do is like try to sneak up and knock it out of his hand the correct I guess, correct way, but like away from the car, like knock it out of his hand away, somehow. But I feel like calling out to him is not gonna achieve what I want to achieve, so I guess we'll go to 217. I really am not. I don't like this at all because this is a very precarious position. The man appears unperturbed as you run towards him. He continues to chant about releasing the earth and ridding the world of all traces of the decadent past. You reach him as he's about to throw the lighted match onto the interceptor. Roll 2 die. If the total is the same or less than your skill, turn to 2. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Skill check. Wait, no, I knocked it out of his hand. Okay. Actually, we'll say win, lose. So if we win, we turn to 285. If we lose, we go to 50. If you're wondering about how that works, and you haven't seen this before, it's we're trying to meet or roll under our skill score. So if I roll both of these, my skill score currently I think is 9. Is that right? Yeah. So my current skill score is 9. So if I roll these 2 die and roll a 9 exactly on them, it still would count as winning because it's meet or roll lower than. But if I get a 10, I lose on that skill score. So that's why it might seem sort of backwards, but all right. Let's go for it. We want to get less than a 9. We have a pretty good chance, but that's not less than a 9. I don't like that. He's gonna light my freaking car on fire. I'm not happy about that. You dive at the robed man and put him to the ground, but you're unable to stop him throwing the match. The interceptor is immediately engulfed in flames. Your anger is futile. The fanatic has put an end to your mission. Cool. Cool. I'm gonna make a note at the top about how many losses we've had. We've had 2 so far. But we're gonna rewind back. I think I'm just gonna rewind back and try to win that again. I'll roll again. But I think we're just gonna... Because I don't want to go all the way back to the beginning because we spent 4+ hours on this. And again, I don't want to do a bunch. Like, I want to do a bunch of these, so I don't want to do this one over and over and over. So I don't want to go all the way back to the beginning. And I don't think there's much, unless I go very far back, I don't think there's a lot of different choices or other choices I would have made. Things that would have, like, worked out differently. So I'm going to roll again and try to win this. So we'll try to get under 9. We got a 8 that time, so we did roll under. What I was going to do is if I rolled over a 9 again, I was just going to count that as another loss immediately. And I would have just kept counting losses. 1 second, I need a drink. Yeah, I would have just kept counting losses until we won. So, we won that time. I'll put a little thing here. It's like... How do I draw a skull? So like this, and then like straight down, and then like little teeth. eyes. Got a little nose. Yeah, that's good enough. That reads like a skull, sort of. It was supposed to be in portrait, not like 3/4 profile, but that's fine. Let's say it was on purpose. I hope I get rid of this cough at some point, man. Since I got COVID, I've had just like a little bit of a cough. It's just stuck around for no particular reason. Anyway, so 285. You dive at the roadman and pull him to the ground. Rolling over, you put out the lighted match to prevent the incineration of your car. Add 1 luck point. Okay, cool. Get rid of that. Also had to get rid of that. Current luck is 8. Cursing at the top of his voice, the man runs off. You let him go. The protection of the incinerator against other possible maniacs is more important. You waste no time and drive off south. Turn to 254. So... This will be 254. There's so many people in this one. Like in the art and stuff. The countryside is picturesque in the early morning light, but you are unaware of the dangers ahead. The road has been mined by country outlaws, waiting to rob anybody passing through. Roll 1 die if you roll... Oh god. Okay. Mined. Road. Guess we'll do it like this. Roll. And then we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then this one will be number 129, and this one will be number 101. I'm drawing the bottoms of these circles because I don't know which one I'm gonna do yet, so I don't have a title for either one, but I want to know that it needs a title. It's just for me, don't worry about it. So roll 1 die. I got a 3, so I'm going to 129. Ah! I don't know if this is good or not, because I got a good night's sleep when I rolled well, or when I rolled a 6 over here, right? I got a good night's sleep, but this dude tried to light my car on fire, so I don't know if 1, 2, 3 is the good one, or 4, 5, 6, or if it's just completely random, so we'll see. Say 129. Suddenly, there is a deafening explosion and the interceptor is blown sideways by the force of the detonated mine. Roll 2 dice and deduct that from the incinerator's armor. If you turn... Okay. And then... This is going to go to number 93. And I roll 2 die and reduce my interceptor's armor, huh? That seems that seems high. Yeah, that's pretty high. That's 11. That's not good. I'm not. Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, and I'm already like super screwed up. I forgot about that. Okay, so we're down to 7 armor. That's that's great. That's great. That's yep. Cool. I don't think I have any way of repairing that. As far as I know, I don't have like repair kits or anything for the car. I have tools, but I don't have any way of like doing anything about it. Um, hmm. Alright, to 93 we go. You try to restart your stalled engine and get away before the outlaws arrive. To see what they have captured. Test your luck. So it's a test your luck. And my luck is very bad now. Because I've tested it so often. Let's see. Lucky. Unlucky. Lucky is 2, 6, 8. Unlucky is 1, 78. Cool. Okay, let's see what my luck is now. Oh, it went back up slightly. Okay, cool. That's not awful. Hey, I did well. I got a 4, so I was lucky. Hooray! We get to go to 268. The song's like super chill. I like it, but it's gonna make me fall asleep. Fortunately, the engine was not damaged by the explosion and starts up right away. You drive off hastily, lucky to have survived. Turn to 303. Almost just started singing 303 songs. This probably shows my age. Which is very young. Anyway. Let's see. Sorry, I'm still munching on these cashews. First of all, I didn't, like I said, I didn't eat all my food before I started the stream. And I'm also making like sort of barbacoa style tacos in my my slow cooker right now, and it makes the whole house smell delicious, and I want them, but they are not done. As the morning wears on, it becomes very hot, and the further south you travel, you notice change in the vegetation. The overgrown fields turn into shrubland, and it won't be long before you're driving across the desert. A few miles further down the road, you arrive at a major junction. If you wish to turn left to head east, go to 140. If you'd rather keep driving south, go to 189. I'm a little torn here because the fact that it's giving me an option, it says major junction, and it's giving me the option to go east, or if I'd rather just keep going south to directly towards my goal, makes me think that I should go east, because it's like, I don't know, it seems weird to tempt me with it, you know? Ooh, sorry, just had to sneeze. So let's see, east is 140, and then south is 189. 89. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna keep going south because that's the direction I know I should be heading, and I have no reason apart from like metagaming, like the metagaming, the thought process, uh, to not just continue towards my destination. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's the most correct thing for me to do. Leading off the road to your right is a rough road which is marked with several sets of tire tracks. I'm going to make sure that doesn't sound quite right, so I'm going to make sure. Okay, no, it is. I just wanted to make sure because it said major junction, so I didn't imagine it being a dirt road at the major junction, but that's okay. Or rough road, which is marked with several sets of tire tracks. The tracks look like they were made quite recently. If you wish to drive down the rough road, turn to 24. If you would rather stay on course to San Angelo, turn to 207. So, uh, so we're gonna go either the rough road or toward San Angelo. Angelo? I mean, you say like Los Angeles, right? So is it Los Angelo? Anglo? I'm not sure. My Latin and or Latin derived languages is, or any languages for that matter, is not great. So that'd be 207. That'd be 24. My thought process here is I kind of want to go down the rough road because I know there's people that way and maybe I can get fuel off of them. I don't really want to fight anyone. I will. I don't really have that much of a problem with it, I guess. I mean, I do kinda uh because my armor is so low. I'm keeping having like very short internet like dips today, so I apologize if it gets framey for like a second and then stops. I think that's my internet um being weird. I was having those problems when I was watching a video before stream too, like be totally fine and then it would have to buffer for like just a second and then like it would shoot back up. I don't know, my having like a weird error with that, or weird issue with that. I need to call my ISP, I guess. Anyway, my thought process, like I was saying, is going down the rough road because I think maybe I can get some fuel or repair out of them. It doesn't say anything. I mean, it says it's a rough road, but it also, like, it could just as easily be a rough road where, like, people live, you know? Sorry, I'm messing with, accidentally moved some stuff here. Where, like, just normal people live, you know? Or anything. So, like, yeah, I think I go down there because it's not. It's just as likely to be somebody cool as it is to be like somebody that wants to steal my car or whatever. Okay. You drive along the bumpy road until you come to a wooden gate which bars your way. The gate is covered with barbed wire, and heavily tattooed, bare-chested man sits casually astride it. This is the dude I wanted to be friends with. Yeah. Um, brandishing a machine gun. In a gruff voice, he says, "I don't recognize you. Which gang are you from?" "Black rats," you reply at the spur of the moment. "Never heard of them." The man replies, "Still, we race against anybody. Follow the road down to the burnout house and you'll see the other cars parked there. The first race will start in about 5 minutes. There's some pretty heavy bets being laid today. Should be lots of fun." Alright. This is so short I couldn't help but read it just like at a glance. The force of the blast knocks you unconscious. Damn. All right. So, so I guess race? Question mark. 300 or leave 59. It should come as no surprise to you at this point that I'm going to go race the car. Like, that should even be a question. That's obviously the most fun and dumbest thing to do. So we're gonna do it. Following the instructions of the tattooed man, you drive down the dirt road to the burnout house. 4 customized cars are parked in a row, each sprouting a multitude of weapons. A group of people stand in a heated discussion, although they all try to watch you park. You walk over to the group and ask about the forthcoming race. A small man with a scar running the length of his face smiles and says, "Rookie, never been to a blitz race before? Listen, it's quite simple. Challenge any of us to a race. You have to bet 200 creds, but if you win, the prize is big. A big can of petrol. If you win, that is." The man then bursts into laughter, and the others join in. If you wish to challenge him to a blitz race, turn to 240. If you would rather spectate, turn to 224. Okay, so if we challenge, we go to 240. And if we watch, we go to 224. Okay. So, here's a pop quiz for anybody that's been listening. What do you think I'll do? Having a 7 armor points left on my vehicle, having already used 1 rocket, and not having any fuel to really waste. That's correct. It's correct. I'm challenging. You're right. You are. Yep. You got it. Good one. Also, don't really have the credits to waste on it, but you take 200 credits out of your pocket and thrust it towards the man with the scar. He snatches them from you and says, "There's a sucker born every minute. Get in your car." Sorry. I got something caught in my throat. Sorry. Get in your car. Let's do it. We race for 8 kilometers down the dirt road, turn around at the White House, and race back. You remember, there's no holds barred in the blitz race, except bullets and rockets. Those are bars held. You climb into my skill is just fine. I'll be fine with the skill, bro. I was worried that you were gonna try to shoot my car with a rocket, so I feel a lot better about that, actually. My car is fine if you don't try to blow it up right now. Except bullets and rockets. You climb inside the interceptor, start it up, and crawl forward to the starting line. Your opponent draws alongside you in his bright yellow Ford. You see that it's armed with 2 machine guns and a grenade launcher. What the fuck you got 2 machine guns and a grenade launcher if it's no bullets or rockets? Do grenades not count as rockets? Are we pulling some shenanigans right now? Is that what's happening? Is he about to grenade launcher me and that doesn't count? The machine guns definitely shoot bullets, so I don't know what he's on there. Anyway, a girl standing in between the 2 cars raises a white towel in the air and then suddenly pulls it down to signal the start of the race. Roll 2 die. If the total is the same or less than your skill, turn to 3. If the total is greater than your skill, go to 48. I'm gonna run out of... Good lord, I'm running out of room, man. Okay. Wait, where's my edge here? Oh, it's not that far either. I thought I made this like 4,000 by 4,000. I did. It's all the freaking spaces over here. How far over does it go this way? Okay. Give me just a second to fix. Oops. What I should be able to do is select all. Perfect. And then move it over here. That way. I'm gonna go back in. Whoop. I can just like start here and be like race. Let's see. Skill check. And lose. If you win, you go to 3. If you lose, you go to 148. Cool. That'll give me a little room to expand off this race. My current skill, I don't think I've had any damage to it. No, I have not. So I have a current skill of 9. So I just gotta get under 9. I got an 8. Hey. Cool, we did it. Go to 3. You stamp down on the accelerator and release the clutch at the same time. The back wheels spin, throwing up dust, and you race off ahead of the yellow Ford. In your rearview mirror, you see anger in your opponent's face as he drives to the limit along the narrow road to catch up with you. The Ford must be supercharged. It accelerates up behind you and rams your car at high speed. Test your luck. Lucky. Unlucky. I am no longer lucky, like very lucky. I think I'm down to... Am I down to 7 or did I get back up to 8 somehow? I'll have to look again. Okay, let me look. Yeah, okay, I'm at 8. I'm at 8. I feel like I should have lost one and I forgot to the last time. Where was my last test your luck? I'll come back up here. Oh no, it wasn't up that far. That's right, it was... Race, bro. It's down here. But I got lucky after that. And a lot of times when you get lucky, you get a point. So I'm gonna trust my bookkeeping, although sometimes that's not a good call. And say that I have an 8 and that I kept up with it. Yeah, I'm gonna say I kept up with it. I'm not sure that that's the case, but not really anything I can do about it. Okay, so we gotta get under an 8 with these two dice here. So we did. We got a 7. We did it. Hooray! Now, before I forget, so this doesn't actually come up next time, I will make sure that I mark this down as 7 currently. because we did just test our luck. Even though we won, we still have to reduce our luck total by 1. So we get to go to 354. Oh man. Well, the food that I'm cooking smells so good. I'm so hungry. The interceptor swerves to the left, but you steer into the skid and keep the car under control. You have to think quickly to decide what tactics to use. Will you accelerate away or brake hard and let the Ford pass you? Well, bullets and rockets are not allowed, right? So I can't like let him get in front of me and then like shoot him with a bunch of rockets. I'm gonna go forward and then drop oil on his ass. Oil is not illegal. He said anything but that's gonna be too small when I do that later. He said anything but bullets and rockets, so brake is gonna be 27. Not that I need to know that. Accelerate is 183. Okay, 183 it is. We're gonna accelerate and then hopefully get far enough ahead of him that I can drop oil because I have the oil slicks in my car. 183. The Ford driver is anticipating your breakaway and calmly presses the button on the grenade launcher. What the hell? The grenade flies over the interceptor. Drive over grenade. Brake. So I think your instinct here would be to brake, right? Because you don't want to drive over it and then it blow up. But I think the realistic thing, depending on how far ahead of you it is, would be that if you broke, right, you would slide, or like it takes time for the car to brake, and by the time that you have fully stopped or like slowed down enough, you're gonna be over top of the grenade, and that's when it's gonna blow up. If you just keep driving and don't panic, it's more likely that you'll be past it. You'll be past it. So I think I keep braking away, and instead of, because this is also assuming that the person that's shooting is smart, right? Because the thing that they would want to do, knowing human instinct, would be to shoot it the right distance so that if I broke, I would be over top of it. Because who's gonna keep driving just be like, nah, don't worry about the grenade, right? But I think that's actually the right thing to do in this instance. So, but that said, this is not real life. I also don't know how far the grenade is ahead of me and all of that. This is a book written by people in the 80s. So who knows? But my thought process is to brake. Or is to drive over it, not brake. So 43. You breathe in deeply as the interceptor passes over the grenade. Test your luck. If you're lucky, turn to 175. If you're... Oh, no. Well, I don't know if there's testing your luck the other way, right? I don't even know if you get the chance to test your luck the other way, because the other way you just blow up, because you're going to be on top of it. Lucky, unlucky. Lucky is going to be 175. The problem is that my luck is very low now. Well, I shouldn't say that, because 7 is still 7 should still be better than average. Yeah. Because, sorry, I'm very, very bad at multitasking. Yeah, because of the way that the rolls work, the bell curve, I don't know if it's actually a bell curve, but the curve of the rolls, having 7 is still a majority. It's still over a 50% chance. Sorry, I got a little bit of hiccups. It's still over a 50% chance that I'll roll. I don't know what the percentage is. I don't even know. I don't want to even guess. My instinct would be like 65 maybe, because 7 is pretty likely, but I honestly don't know. It's probably less than that, actually, thinking about it. But I don't know. But it should be relatively on my side, but not by a ton. There's still a big chance for me to get unlucky here. And I have 1 roll, so... And either way, after this, it goes down to 6. If I don't die, it's still a problem, so... Hooray. Alright, let's do it. That is a 8. That is an 8. Which means not only does that get reduced to... Not back up to 8. It gets reduced down to 6, so my luck is now... If it was 65% on my side, it's now 65% against me, or 35% my side. It's probably less than that, like I said, but... Okay, let's turn to 201. I don't want to... If it does more than 7 damage to my interceptor, I'm literally dead. You flash... What? Oh, 201, not 207. Suddenly, there's a dull thud. The interceptor rocks from side to side. Roll 2 dice and deduct a total from your interceptor's armor. If you survive the explosion, go to 266. I'll make note of that, but I don't feel like I'm going to go there. But we'll try. We'll try. Oh, no, wait. Did it say 2 dice? It did. Oh, I got 5. Oh, I lived. We live those. We live those. It's fine. Totally fine. Not even a problem. Not even close. We're fine. Yeah, no, we're good. The Ford races past you as you struggle to keep the damage car going. You are not allowed to use your forward firing weapons and decide to ram the Ford. Ram. That goes to 139. I really wanted to get ahead of him and hit him with the oil slick. I can't believe his grenade launcher's allowed, but I can't fire a bullet at him or a rocket. They're like, nah. But grenades, they're fine. They're totally fine. They are, okay. The Ford slows down for a bend in the road, but you keep your foot down hard on the accelerator. You crash into the back of the Ford, but only succeed in damaging the accelerator. Lose 2 armor points. I'm freaking dead. I'm dead. It explodes. I died. I'm super dead. The Ford has steel-plated crash bars built in to withstand ramming. You realize you'll have to overtake the Ford in order to use your rear missile weapons. What? You said rockets weren't allowed, though. Missiles are allowed? I was ahead of him before. Why did I use them then? Rockets aren't allowed, but no, it says rockets on the character sheet. I'm so confused. Anyway. Well, I suppose we record another loss, and We rewind time. Good lord, that was hard to say for no reason at all. Um, yeah, we rewind time to the skill check. But first, let me check where. I forgot to mark down the number for the race. Whoa, wrong way. It's up here, right? Is it not? Oh. So I'm trying to find. Did I not get to the top twice? Oh, it was here because I ran into this branch. Okay, gotcha. Race is 300, challenge is 240. Okay. 300 and 240. Okay, we're gonna rewind time back to when I was here, which takes me back to 7. 7 armor. I came into the race with 7 armor. I have not used anything else though, so I should still just be at 7 armor with no modifications, nothing used. Yeah, no. Oh, that's the other thing. I came into the race with 8 luck. That's what it was. I knew there. It felt like there was something else, but I couldn't think of it. Oops. Just gonna erase this. Just gonna make a mark of what my score was at the start of the race in case I lose again or need to know later. I'll know like when I started marking that off, and when I erase it and change it later, when I run out of space, I'll do that again. Okay, so we do a skill check with a skill of 9. We got a 9, so we win. We go to 3. We test our luck. We don't need to read about it. Because we skill check, we boost off the line. Oh, and we start to swerve a little bit, so we have to test our luck. We got a 5, which is lower than our 8, so we have to mark that down to 7. But we did win, so I was lucky. And then we can start from there. So 183 is where I currently am. Oh, sorry, I was at lucky, so I could decide to accelerate or brake. But we'll just go ahead. What? My music just stopped playing. All right. We'll just assume. Well, we'll just start from here from 183. I'm gonna go ahead and accelerate anyway. Wait. Oh, I think I accelerate twice, so I can accelerate to break away, or I could have let him pass me. He was expecting me to go forward, so that's when. Gotcha. I remember I know what's happening now. Okay, I should have actually probably went back and read them, but it's fine. So I know what's happening now. I accelerate a forward, and he just notices that, shoots a grenade, and then I decide to either brake or continue driving forward. I'm gonna go for the same thing again, because for the same reasons, I don't think braking is going to help. Like, I don't think it's actually gonna do anything for me. So, I drive over the grenade, I test my luck again, we gotta get under a 7. We don't. We get we get an 11, so we're unlucky again, we go to 201. Am I just gonna get stuck in a loop? Roll 2 dice, I have to get under a 7 with this, or I just die. That's a 9. I died again. Alright, sick. This is... Love it, love it, love it, love it. Back here again. Okay. Challenge, skill check. Gotta get under a 9. We got a 9, so we're fine. We win. We go to 3. We test our luck. Gotta get under an 8, because that's what we had at the start of the race. That is a 7. We go down to 7. It's already marked. Do we want to accelerate or brake and let them go ahead of me? I can't use forward-firing weaponry. Let's explore that path. Let's explore the brake path. What if I just brake here and let him go ahead of me? What happens? So let's do that instead of accelerating forward. That's the tactic I want to use, is to let him go forward ahead of me. For I don't know why, but maybe he'll get confused, and then I'll win. You slam on the brakes and screech almost to a halt. The Ford swerves around you and is soon accelerating away from you. As you're not allowed to use the forward-firing weapons, you decide to ram the Ford. Go to 139 or 130. 139. I said it right the first time. Let's just go to 139. 139. Okay. All right. 139. I know I want to take 2 damage, but at least I didn't get blown up this time, right? What was it? Oh, 139. The Ford slows down for a bend in the road, but you keep your foot accelerated. Yep, you lose 2 armor. Ford has steel-plated crash bars for being rammed. So I take 2 damage. That's okay. You realize that you have to overtake the Ford in order to use your rear missile weapons. As though he has read your mind, the Ford's driver starts to swing the car from side to side to stop you passing. It will take considerable maneuvering skill to pass him. Roll 2 dice. If your total is the same as or less than your skill, turn to 8. Okay. So it's a skill test. Win. Lose. Okay. Win is 8. Lose is 287. Alright, we gotta get under 9 with these 2 dice. That is a 4. We won. Woohoo! So let's go up to 8. You make as if to pass the Ford on the left-hand side, but suddenly swerve to overtake on the right. It is a successful maneuver, and you are able to accelerate away from your opponent. Go to 340. Alright, cool. Go to 340. We're ahead of him now. Maybe we could blow him up, because apparently we can do that. You decided it's time to use weapons against the crashing car. The chasing car. So you look at the buttons on your dashboard. If you wish to empty a canister of iron spikes on the road, turn to 318. Or if you'd rather spray oil over the road like a cartoon villain, go to 213. Weapons. Spikes. Oil. I love wacky races, so you know I'm spraying oil on the ground. Plus, to be quite, like... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I have 4 oil cans, so it would be more, like... I would conserve more resources by using an oil can. I just spit in the face of my own argument. You know what? I just want to use an oil can. How about that? That is a good argument because I want to, and it seems fun, and I don't have very much health either. Oh, that's true. Oh no. Oh no. It is covered in dirt. I didn't think about the dirt. Sorry, let me read that. The oil sinks into the dirt-covered road and has no effect on the car behind. Lose 1 luck point. Great, I don't need those. I haven't... Yep. Don't need that. The driver of the Ford retaliates by firing a grenade over your car to land on the road in front of you. There's a muffled explosion as the steel plate under chassis takes the full blast of the grenade. Roll 2 dice and deduct the total from your car's armor. I'm not surviving this, dude. I have 5 health. Yeah, no, that's 8. I die again. Do I go all the way back to... I'm not going all the way back to the beginning. I'm just going to choose a different weapon. Let's see what happens if I use the spikes, because I'm just going to do this until I get back to this point again anyway. I'm just going to count losses and for no reason just waste time. So I'm going to do the... I'm going to do the spikes, and I did record the loss, so... the only thing is, I won't lose the luck this time, so I will get rid of that, and we'll put it back to 7. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna use the spikes anyway, because I knew that would be the smart decision, because I'm not a cartoon, I'm not Snidely Whiplash, essentially. You press the button on the dashboard, which releases the canister. You watch it bounce along the road as the Ford speeds towards it. Test your luck. Can you stop making me test my luck? My luck is so low, dude. Okay. Lucky. Unlucky. Unlucky is 98. Lucky is 63. Okay. I gotta get above a 7, or I gotta get a 7 or above on this. Ugh. These test your lucks are gonna kill me, man. Okay, cool. We actually succeeded, but it's still a problem because now I have a 6 luck, and that makes it so much less likely for me to win test your lucks in the future. That, like, 6, 7, 8. 8 feels great. 7 feels okay, but I'm on the edge. 6 feels terrible. Like, ugh. Okay, anyway, we're going to 63. The canister bursts open and spreads iron spikes all over the road, but the Ford is equipped with powerful underbody air jets, which blow all but one of the iron spikes off the road. The only damage done is a slow puncture in one of the heavy-duty tires, which slows it down just enough for you to accelerate out of range of the grenade launcher for the moment. Up ahead, you see the White House where you must turn around. You jam on the brakes and turn the steering wheel sharply to the left. You reverse back a few meters in a cloud of churned up dust, and then slam the gear stick forward into first to race back to the finish line. The Ford makes a equally swift U-turn, and it's soon just behind you. It powers alongside you, and the driver pulls down on his steering wheel in order to sideswipe the interceptor. He looks set to determine the outcome of this duel. He looks set to determine the outcome of this duel by ramming. That's not good for me. My power is great. Actually, it is probably fine for me. I can survive probably one hit. You survive 4 attack rounds. Turn to 340. Okay. Did I just start turning pages and completely forget to mark? No, I am on 63. Okay. Duel. Let's see. Oh, a successful ram will reduce a card by 2 points. Survive 4 rounds. And that is 334. Okay. There's meant to be another line here, but that's fine. 334. Oh, my voice. 334. There's probably about a kilometer to go before you... No, wait, I got a duel. I didn't duel. I didn't do the actual duel. I gotta actually duel him. Where'd it go? Okay. Okay. He'll go first. He gets a 7 plus the 8 is 15. I have a 12. Let's see. Yellow. Ford. I have a 12, so when I roll, I get an 8, so that is a total of 20. Which is enough to do damage. Takes him down to 14. And that's 1 round. I'm marking rounds because if I survive 4, that's when I win. I don't actually have to destroy him. So, this is his roll. Got a 10, that's good. 16. I promise that's what I rolled. I rolled a 10 also, and I got, it makes a 22 for me. So it does another 2 damage, and that is round 2 done. Roll for him, that's 7, that makes a 15 total, and then for me, so plus 12 to this, oops, sorry, 6, makes 18 total. So that's another round down to 10. He gets a 7 for 15. I get a 7 for 19. So that's 4 rounds done. He's down to 8 hit points. and we get to successfully win that ram duel. So we go to three. Now we go to 334. There's probably about 1 kilometer to go before you cross the finish line, and you're still locked in combat alongside the Ford. Up ahead, the road narrows to one lane to cross a stone bridge spanning a stream. If you wish to keep your accelerator pressed to the floor, turn to 35. If you would rather ease off the accelerator and allow the Ford to take the lead... braking would be 230. I know it's ease off the accelerator, but it's easier to just say brake for like the short thing. Floor it. It's gonna be 35. We're definitely gonna do that. Because I would rather die than lose this battle. Okay. Alright. It is a battle of nerves between yourself and the driver of the Ford. The two cars raced abreast towards the bridge. Roll one die and add the number to your skill, making note of the total. Roll the die again and add the number of the driver's skill of 8. So we're doing a test of skill, but only with one die. I see. If your total is the same as or greater than your opponent, turn... So we want to be higher, but only with one die. I see. Okay. Roll one die and add the number to your skill. My skill... My personal skill, not the firepower of my vehicle. My skill is... I might have been supposed to be using skill for that last thing instead of my car's thing. It doesn't matter, though. I think... I mean, the car is stronger, to be fair, but I don't think it matters at this point. I just realized I'm not going to redo that whole battle. So I'll add a 9 to this one roll. So I'm only 1 ahead of him, actually. This is a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. I rolled a 10. I rolled a 10... Oh, I see. Well, if your total is the same or greater, yeah. So he gets to roll now. Roll the... Okay. Skill contest, win, lose. Okay. 379. And then lose, it's gonna be 51. Alright, 51. Because I'm bad. You're only a few meters away from the bridge when your nerves crack. You brake hard and watch the Ford race over the bridge ahead of you. Pressing down the accelerator, you try to catch up. You see the finish line ahead, no more than 200 meters away, and realize the race is lost. The Ford crosses the finish line. A car is linked ahead of your interceptor. Lose 1 luck point. Well, it's not the end of the world, but it does mean my luck goes down to 5, which is an issue. And then 232. Ugh. Let's see here. small group of spectators gather around the Ford to congratulate the driver. You drive past him slowly, waving in salute of his victory, but you do not stop. You're bitterly disappointed at losing the race and are keen to drive back to the main road to head south. What's the... It doesn't go around the number, but I can't be... I can't care right now. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. That I can't care about, so... You flash past a handwritten sign that read, "Pete makes engines sweet, 1 mile to the left." You slow down as you approach a stone building with a corrugated iron workshop attached to it, which is the words "Sparkplug Pete's" painted on a billboard on top of the roof. There are a few cars parked on the forecourt. As you come to a halt, a thin, pale man appears from a workshop wearing only oily blue mechanic's overalls and a baseball cap. He waves and says, "Nice car, pretty fast I guess, but not as fast as old Pete can make it. If you're interested, I like payment in credits and goods. I'll do a good job for you. If you wish to stop and let the mechanic modify your engine, turn to 28. Spark plug Pete. Stop. Move along, I guess would be the other one. 88. 28. I think I'll be wrapping up the stream pretty soon. We've been going for almost 5.5 hours. I don't know how soon, but fairly soon. But I want to see what Pete's up to. Come on, Pete. He looks like what's that guy's name? I can't even think of it now. He's in like all those movies like with his name. It's like so and so does this. You know what I mean? Never mind. You drive onto Pete's forecourt and park the Interceptor inside the workshop. Pete quickly examines the engine and says the acceleration of the Interceptor could be improved by the addition of a supercharger. He tells you that the cost will be 100 credits plus some medicine. If you're able to and wish to give Pete 100 credits and 2 packs from your med kit, turn to 141. Deal. No deal. 141 or 88. Alrighty. I think I can make that happen. I lost... Oh, I didn't make note of that, actually. But I did lose 200 credits from that race. I bet 200 credits, so... Just get rid of all this, and then... I'm gonna mark through this entirely, just because I don't want to be confused later. So currently I have 200, but I'm gonna give him 100. And I'm also going to, what is it? How much medicine? 2 packs. So I can mark through these. So I have a lot of medicine, relatively. Like, the car is beat to hell, but I'm fine. Turn to 141. Cool. Too far. You settle down to relax in the shade while Pete busily sets to work on the engine. He taps and bangs away, whistling happily. You drift in and out of light sleep. 2 hours later, he slams down the reinforced engine cover and says, "Okay, she's ready to roll." After giving Pete the 100 credits and the 2 packs of medicine, you start up the interceptor and accelerate away as fast as possible. You can feel the extra acceleration in your back and smile contentedly. Pete has done a good job. Add 1 luck point and turn to 88. Oh, thank you. I would have spent 100 credits and 2 med kits just for the luck point. My god. So we're back up to 6. And then I don't know if I'm supposed to mark it, but I assume that's a car modification, so I'm going to write down supercharger. Because otherwise I literally did just pay 100 credits and 2 packs of medicine for for a luck point. Which, again, I would have done. I'm just going to knock this way, because we're not going to go back at this point right now. So this is 88 we're going to. I'm really bummed I didn't win that race, because I really needed the fuel. Sorry, I keep scrolling all over the place. It's not long before the green vegetation gives way to more barren terrain, with tufts of dry grass dotting on top of the stony brown earth. You will soon arrive at the edge of the desert, where the road is joined by another main road leading east. If you wish to turn left, turn to 177. If you'd rather keep going south. So, junction. East. South. South is 271. East is 177. I'm gonna update this before next time so it's cleaner, so we can read it a little better. But, that said, I think that's a good place to call it, because I think that's a good stopping point, like at this junction before I head into the desert. Oh, sorry, still got hiccups here. Yeah, it's been 5.5 hours on this, so I think that's pretty good. Yeah, let me switch over here real quick. Did I not update that? I swear I updated that. Oh, I did. I just forgot to take out the later part. Sorry about the title. It said later the whole time, but I just missed taking out the chatting part. Anyway. Just updating my title and stuff so that everything's categorized rightly. Okay. Yeah, that was fun. I'm enjoying this like version of Fighting Fantasy a little bit better, I think. Like it's more interesting. The encounters are a lot more varied and interesting, it feels like. There's multiple types of combat, which is really interesting. I'm liking doing like the car combat and stuff. It's harder, which is cool, because I did pretty much blast through the last one. I mean, I lost at the end, but that's just because I didn't take a right turn somewhere. I didn't find the right key. There doesn't seem like there's that kind of thing in this, which I like more, actually. Like, I don't like that because I missed one thing, but got to the end, did everything right. I missed one key somewhere randomly because I didn't turn that way. Yeah. So, I'm also liking not having to strictly map. I could just do the flowchart, which is cool. I suppose I could have done that with the last one. For one, I didn't think about it, and for two, Well, for 2, it doesn't feel right either with like a traditional sort of fantasy sort of RPG situation. Yeah, it doesn't seem as it doesn't seem right to just do a flowchart for that. But yeah, how many times did I lose though today? It's a lot. Like I said, it's a lot harder. I recorded 5 losses. A couple of those we started completely over, and then the rest of them was mostly in the race. But I think we got through a decent chunk of it. I mean, if I scroll out and look at my flowchart, each of these is presumably a different number, and I've got to have like, how many circles do I have here? Like, rough estimate, I would say maybe 100. So that's like maybe a third or a fourth of the way through the book, but that's including every single number, right? So that like for a single playthrough, that won't actually be true. Even for a playthrough that like gets to the end and does everything right. Let me just drink one second. Out to make that eerily quiet for like no reason at all. That was fun. Um, I loved that. This oh, there it goes. I was gonna say I was looking at the visualizer and this song was just literally nothing. It was just silent for like the first 20 seconds. Anyway, great timing. What was I saying? But yeah, you know, it's definitely harder. I like the fact that we have multiple med kits too. It makes it a little less, you know, there's resources to not die instantly, which is cool. I appreciate that. I just realized I didn't mark off one of my iron spike supplies either, so I'll do that now. But yeah, so I like this, and I like the change of pace in the, you know, the setting too. Even though I do want to play a lot more of the fantasy ones because that's what a lot of From Software is, and my whole original like conceit for playing this was because it inspired Dark Souls, right? And I want to go through and play Dark Souls later and see if I could find some of those little touchstones or whatever, or like little points that showed that it was inspired by this, you know, that kind of stuff. Plus, they're genuinely fun to play anyway. I could probably get rid of the Mad Max mask now, even though my my lip sync's still off. That's okay. Anyway, yeah. So I'm enjoying it. But that said, if you're curious about when like the next stream when we might continue this is gonna be Monday. Should be around 8:30 or 9:30. Same time we started today, so about 5.5 hours ago. But like 8:30, 9:30 Central. Yeah, sorry, I'm spacing out now that I'm not focusing on the game. Ooh.